gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, everybody out there? It is Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. And look, it finally happened. It only took me like 16 months maybe or something like that. And this guy's already grimacing up there. Look, he's already got that scowl on his face. He's well known for. Yes, it is. And he's drinking at 5 p.m. on a Wednesday.
Going big at 5 p.m. Yeah. PDX style.
I'm going hard with some Diet Ginger Ale. So,
well, I mean, you know, Sparky, I'm talking to you, so I need a little liquid courage.
Okay. Apparently, Haughm has decided he will call Jeff Wagner, or he will call him Jeff, and he will call me Sparky.
Hey, man, I can call you Van Halen's beer if you want.
Just call me Lurkst, buddy. Just call me fucking Lurkst, man. I mean, what else?
You have to earn that.
Huh?
You have to wear a rush shirt.
What's that?
I don't have one right now. Sorry,
you didn't have to. We gotta fix that. But I can tell you a rush shirt I'm not gonna buy you though, Jeff, is one at the show because they're gonna be like $80. So fuck that. That's not gonna happen.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm good.
You can always get them on the website for $35 later, right? So
yeah, I need to resupply. Yeah.
Are you so real quick? Well, I should introduce everybody. This guy right here, Mr. John Haughm, Agalloch, Pillorian, Art of the Black Blood, solo Nomad stuff. What else? What else am I missing? Anything else?
Nope.
Nothing. Big Zisma fan. That's huge.
What?
Yes.
Big Zisma fan. That's huge.
Oh yeah.
Zisma fan. That's true. Yep.
I think I was the only one who was sporting a Zisma Fata Morgana shirt on stage at Milwaukee Metal Fest.
Time to discuss the greatest band of all time. Yes, Nate, that's what time it is. And I couldn't think of two better guys to do with it, especially this guy down here, Mr. Jeff Wagner, who you may or may not know from Radical Research. You may or may not know him from this book right here, which I'm still working on. I'm embarrassed to say that. I got like 3/4 through and got sidetracked and haven't gotten back to it. I'm almost done with this, Jeff. I got most of when we did our interview. Nice. I was mostly done. I think I got 30 pages to go. And this is your most recent book, Always Moving. The Strange Multiverse of Voivod, fantastic book. John, you're in this book. I don't think you're not in this book, though, thankfully. All right, no. Good. Anyway, and what else, Jeff? What are the other ones I'm missing? Mean Deviation?
Mean Deviation was the first one in 2010, the Progressive Metal History, and Soul on Fire, the Peter Steele biography in 2014.
Which is out of print still?
All out of print except for the new one. I hope to be getting Soul on Fire and Destination Onward back in print, maybe sometime at the end of the year. But as people may or may not know, my life took a real big turn about a year and a half ago, and I'm still recovering. And it's expensive to print second, third, fourth printings of books and make that work and make that affordable for people. So, but I know people still ask about them, so it makes sense that I should print up more, and I will.
Try to figure something out. Yeah.
In the meantime, buy the Voivod book. Buy a second one. Buy a third one.
Your
aunts and uncles want them. Your cousins.
Give them to all your grandmas, like Voivod, because there's a lot of
gifts.
Grandmas out.
Christmas will be here before you know it.
John, what do you got going on? I know you're sort of working on a new solo album, right?
No. Well, yeah. Not currently. I'm just getting ready to play shows with Agalloch. I mean, I just played Cascadian Midsummer, my solo, a couple of days ago. That was awesome. But the next thing I'm doing is Fire in the Mountains with Agalloch.
July?
End of July. And then we've got 4 shows in August. And then we have a festival in Iceland in December. So
It should be noted that every one of those Agalloch shows, I am actually on a list.
Do not entry.
There's a do not enter list post.
No entry.
Poster of me the thing is, all the chicks will be flocking to that poster because they'll see
Yeah.
this love hair and they'll be like, we have to see him. We have to see that guy. Anyway, all right, we got to get moving, guys. I've been bugging you guys for about a year to talk about the greatest band of all time. Let's be honest, it just is. I mean, is there any dissent there? Haughm, are you going to be a dissenter?
No. I mean, originally we were going to have Don Svanye on here doing this.
Yeah.
I kind of like this better because we're a power trio. You
Yeah,
know,
we are. Yeah.
Three of us have very different perspectives of Rush.
It's probably true.
Besides,
And
how much does Svanye know about music?
well, not much. But, I mean, not much. But actually, Don told me that he dipped out after Counterparts entirely. Like, didn't know any of the new material. I'm like, are you going to see them when they come over to? Because they're doing one show in Sweden or maybe two. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm going, but I don't know any of the. I guess I should listen to that stuff. I'm like, yeah, and no. We'll get into that soon. Okay, yeah and no. There's some of it that's definitely worth listening to. Some of it a little less, but I don't know about you guys. Did you guys go back and hit these albums, or did you feel like you knew them well enough to not have to bother? I listened to Rush 2, and I just wrapped up with Clockwork like 10 minutes ago because I
did not do that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I listened to the first 4 because I haven't listened to them in a while. The 80s and 90s stuff I know like the back of my hand.
So do I, but I felt like I really needed to revisit all that stuff for some reason.
I didn't re-listen to anything because I feel like I do know it. I've followed them to the point where even the albums I don't love, and most of those would be the later ones, I still know them pretty well. And I did listen to Available Light because we were texting a little bit about Presto before this.
Right.
Love that song. I listened to Armor and Sword from Snakes and Arrows.
Great
I listened to Free Will, and I listened to Bastille Day. I just kind of went wide and hit a few spots in a few eras. But yeah, I mean, I think we all know this stuff. Really,
yeah,
it's DNA. You know,
it's DNA for me. I know that, but it was great to go back and kind of retouch on some of the tracks, the deeper tracks I hadn't listened to in a long time. Because I just in full transparency, myself, my friend John Comiskey from Metalheads podcast, and Jimmy from Future Ruins, my buddy Jimmy, we did a 5-hour deep dive on. It was my second video that I ever did on my YouTube channel. It's pretty fucking terrible because I'm doing it on a cell phone. I got a really bad Wi-Fi spot. It's just splotchy and in and out. It's not that this is much better, as far as production values, but it's a monstrous step up from what it was. And, John and Jimmy are both big fans too. Jimmy's more in your neck of the woods there, John, because you guys are close in age. He's 48, I guess. He came in that 80s era of Rush. Whereas, Jeff, I forget how old you are. Do you want to say or not?
I just turned 57.
Yeah, so you're 3 years younger than me. So we probably have very close entry points, I would think, in the late 70s.
We'll see. We'll talk, yeah.
Yeah, so let's start there. Let's get going with that. John, since you are the junior member here, I'll let you start. I know you're like, fuck you. Where did you come in at? What's your first memory of coming in on Rush? What album? What song? What was the thing that tripped your trigger for Rush?
I have an absolute story about this. So in I think it was October of 1991, I was in a record store in Helena, Montana, and I was just shopping, and they were playing this music on the whatever in the speakers of the record store, and it kind of, I started to take notice of it, and so I asked the person, like, what is this? And they're like, oh, it's the new Rush. And what they were playing was Bravado. And so I'm like looking through, like I had found like Carcass, Necroticism, and I'd found the Suffocation, Effigy of Forgotten, and and I was going to get those, and I had $20, and I got those 2 tapes, and I was like, fuck, man, this is really good. I should buy this Rush album, but I didn't have enough money. So I was like, fuck it. I'll ask for it for Christmas. And so that's what I did. And so Christmas came around, and it's a funny story. My first 3 CDs that I ever owned in my life were Roll the Bones, Nothing Face, and Angel Rat. And I got them for Christmas
Not
with
a
a
bad
CD player. That was the first time I ever got a CD player. Was December '91.
Okay.
And so that was all kind of part of a package present, from my dad.
Nice.
And they were all the long box versions, so it was kind of awesome.
Yeah.
So
you
that's
boxes. You still have the boxes? Do you chuck them?
I still have them actually.
You really? No
somewhere.
shit.
Yeah, they're
Wow.
in a box somewhere.
I wish I had a bunch of mine. I chucked them all.
I collected all those because I thought they were cool.
Yeah.
I've got the Confessor one, I've got the Carcass one, I've got all those three as well. But yeah, I got the Nocturnus one is still,
Wow.
I think. But anyway, yeah. So that's where I came in on it. So Roll the Bones was my entry point, and then from there,
Now we know. Now we know, Jeff.
Yeah.
Now we understand.
And then from there,
Well,
I
that
went
sometimes can
backwards.
be very powerful. I mean,
Very.
that first entry into something that you connect with and love.
Exactly.
Yep.
And from there, I went backwards, and then I got Presto, and I actually like that even more than Roll the Bones. And then from there, I got Power Windows, and then from there, I got Hemispheres, and and then I just kind of collected all the albums from that point.
So 91 was your entry.
91, December of 91.
Jeff, I'm going to get you next. But before we do, everybody stick around to the end because we're going to drop our top 5 albums. I'm actually going to drop all mine. I ranked them all. I re-ranked them.
Oh, I.
No, I'm not going to go through them. I'm only going to go through 5. I'll post them in the thing. And if you guys want to post yours, you can later. Because, John, you sent me yours anyways. And we'll name our top 5. I'm lying. I'm not doing 5 songs. I just couldn't fucking do it. So
I did 10.
I did 10 too. So, and I could have done
4, and then my 5th is a protest of like I'm not going to name anymore because there's no way I can. I can't leave out Analog Kid.
Jeff's the anti-list guy. He did not want to do a full. We're doing 5 because he's like, man, I hate doing those ranking things because they do change. They change depending on your mood, depending on where you're at in your life, depending on what the messaging of the music says to you and the lyrics and all that kind of stuff. So so go ahead, Jeff. How about you?
I had a paper out, and this is important to the story. I was 12. It was 81. I might have been 11. And I was also getting into FM rock radio, and I was a Kiss kid, so I grew up with Kiss, and I was just starting to have an affinity toward heavier stuff, heavy Aerosmith, Judas Priest, whatever I could hear on FM radio. So during my paper route, I delivered downtown in my small town in Iowa, and there was a place that had an arcade, and Centipede, I think, had just come out, and I had they had the sit down version, and I had never seen it before, and I was just amazed. I was like, Space Invaders and Asteroids Kid, like, holy cow,
Oh yeah.
this is the next level, right? So I'm sitting down to play it, and somebody put Tom Sawyer on the jukebox, something I'd never heard of by a band I'd never heard of. It comes on, the synth intro, cold barrel, and I'm playing Centipede. I'm just in my zone here, and something about that song and that moment of discovery with Centipede. Actually, I remember getting up after the song was over, after the game was over, and just like trying to figure out what I just heard, and somehow I figured it out. And because I had a paper route, we had to like get subscriptions. We had to knock on doors and have people subscribe to the paper. And I hated that part of it, but there was a certain like tier level of like, prizes you got depending on how many subscribers you got. One of those was like record albums. And I got enough subscribers that I could pick 2 record albums. I picked Ozzy Osbourne's Diary of a Madman, and I picked Rush Moving Pictures. Wow. Because I'd found out that this was the band that played Tom Sawyer when I was just, in the zone there playing Centipede, and that was it. And that was in a way that was a life-changing moment for me.
What year was this? 81, right? Where
81 had to be 81 or early, maybe even early 82. You know how things kind of.
Where were you living? Where were you living?
Makokata, Iowa. Very small town in Iowa. East.
And John, you were in Montana, right? You said?
I was in Butte, Montana, and I also had a paper route. So I listened to a lot of Rush on my paper route too.
That's pretty cool. That just shows the disparity, because like I'm in fucking Philadelphia. Well, actually, no. Actually, that's not right. I was in Houston. So my story is this, and I predate both you guys because I'm a little bit older than you. The way I always kind of remembered it was that it was 1978, I believe. Well, check me on the dates here, but I think it's later part of the year that Hemispheres come out. And I was in 7th grade, and there was this dude. Actually, I take that 6. It was either, I think it was 7th grade. And there was this dude we called Flake. His nickname was Flake, because he was a mega fucking stoner already in 8th grade. This dude was like, and he walked like a wet, like cornflake, like just ambulated, man, because he was always fucking high as shit, right? He came in with a baseball jersey. I remember it clear as day, man. White sleeves, black, with the burnt orange and red Starman, doing this thing. And I saw that logo and the cool Rush, the Hemispheres logo, which is kind of the unique one amongst a lot of their logos, with the almost like blood red, splotchy weirdness. And I'm like, if that dude is wearing that shirt, it's gotta be cool. I didn't even really know the guy, but I went up to him. I'm like, dude, like who's that? And he's like, bro, Rush, man. I'm like, he said, I just went to see him he had gone to see him in Houston. This was 78. I think that's where I saw them. And then I was out at a record, like with my mom shopping somewhere, and we were at a record store, and I picked up these are my very first 445s. I can't believe I still have these, man. All right. And what we got here is Tom Petty Breakdown, killer track. Sticks in the fucking picture sleeve, no less. Which one is that one, boys? I mean, come on. What's one? Come Sail Away. And, of course, Uncle Ted with Wang Dang Sweet Tang, which I had no idea what the hell that meant at that age, probably. I think I probably found out pretty quickly. Cat Scratch Fever and the biggie. Closer to the Heart, Rush on Mercury. You can see the date there. December 1977, 99 cents.
What's the B-side?
Madrigal, I believe. Madrigal.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I do believe, I think I heard Closer to the Heart on FM radio or whatever it was back then, AM, FM, whatever. Probably was FM. However, the way that I really got, other than that, then I remember I was on the hunt for Hemispheres. That was the Alpha album, because Flake was wearing the shirt and the Stoners said it was cool. I remember we were walking through Greenspoint Mall in Houston, Texas, down in the lower level, and John's got a funny joke here, I'm sure. I spy with my little eye Man-Ass, and I'm like, that's Rush, man. And I just ran over. Gatefold album is like sitting on one of these like crystal cube things that they would display stuff at in like department stores, and it was at the Foley's department store in Houston, Texas. It was the Rush Hemisphere album. So that was my first album by them, was Hemispheres. And then my very first show was February 5th, 1980, which we'll talk about when we get to that album here shortly. But so that's how I got started on it. And like you, Jeff, it was a life-changing thing for me. There is no band that even, I love a lot of bands, millions of bands. I have a lot of favorites. Voivod, Triumph. I mean, we could go on and on and on. Agalloch. There's tons of them, but no band gets close to touching this band for me. Like,
it's funny you say that. And my thing is, I've forever, as long as I've been just obsessed with music, I've always said I don't have a favorite band. Because there are certain bands that do certain things for me at certain times. King Crimson, Black Sabbath, many eras of Black Sabbath, Voivod, Fates Warning, whatever. But when I've had that question pressed to me, like, okay, but what is your favorite if you had to pick? Well, it has to be Rush.
Yeah.
Because I just don't know who can create that kind of magic throughout the course of so many years and so many eras and so many, different changes in technology with music. It's just, they adapted to new technology so well. And even, and I think once I discovered how great Hold Your Fire was, an album I hated when it came out,
Same here.
But I had to be in that right headspace and sort of the right kind of listener to get it.
Yep.
Once I got it in like the year 2000, which I'm like, what?
13 years
I don't
late.
know. Yeah. I mean, much later than when it came out, and like I had matured as a listener, and I heard it in a new way. And then I think that's when they started to really become my favorite band, because I thought, my God, you know, if they can do something like Hold Your Fire and nail that so well, I treasure that album to this day. And then all that other stuff from the 70s and early 80s, like it's just, yeah, I'm hard pressed to find a band that I could call my favorite as confidently as I can. Rush.
Yeah, I think
they're just the best.
You kind of encapsulated what I would say. I think there's, from a nostalgia standpoint, there's not a band like I know, and I should ask, John, I don't think you're going, but you may change your mind. Jeff, you have tickets for any of the shows coming up? Are you going to go?
No.
You're not?
No.
You don't want?
Nico, I talked to Nico a couple of days ago from Eisenwald, and I guess he's going to the Berlin show. And he was like, "You should come join me." I'm just like, "Oh yeah, I'm just gonna fly to Germany and see Rush," you know. But I mean, I would, but
I would like to see them. Yeah.
Have you? Let me ask this. I'm gonna come clean. I have tickets for both Philly shows. I tried to get in on the original set of shows. When I tried to get in for Madison Square Garden, and I was 587,000th in line, I was like, "You got to be kidding me, man!" And I hung out just to see what would happen. I ended up with nosebleeds for $900 and I did end up getting pretty okay seats. I think for what I paid for them, they're okay. They're in the second level. I've never watched the Rush shows from the second level. I've always been on the floor or in the first bowl that I recall. I don't think I've ever been up top. I don't think. Maybe in the back of the hall in the first level, but never up top. That was all I could really justifiably afford, and I still paid $327 and $287 for tickets, which is nuts. Which for me, that's. Well, let me just finish real quick. Just considering the fact that when I saw them on the Neil's final tour for R40 in 2015, I had a 12th row seat for $150.
I saw them for $85 in the balcony. It was great.
I've been in the first 5 rows several times.
I was literally front row for that final tour, and I think because of that, and because it was such a great show, the whole time travel thing from present to the beginning, it was just so great. And I think my vantage point of being finally getting to see them front row, because I'd seen them before, but never quite that close, and then look. I hate that Neil passed, as we all were shocked by in 2020. But I don't hate that they're together again. I'm fine with it. Alex and Geddy have every damn right to do it, and it's still Rush. It's their band.
It is.
I just think I want to keep that experience of the last one with Neil, which was so special for me, as kind of my last one. It's a thing for me. It's not about. Oh, I'm hating on.
No, I think you and John are the same. I'm a little different. I really, when the news broke that they were getting back together, there was a part of me that was like, no, man, no. You said no. But the more I got to thinking about it, the more I realized that both Geddy and Alex were not ready to hang it up. They just weren't. Right. Geddy for sure, and Alex even less. As Geddy goes, so goes Alex in a lot of ways. They're like married. They're like married partners in a lot of ways. And it wasn't over. Do I want to see them do new music? I don't think I do. Will they? They might, but I don't think I want to. I don't know about that, man. But so I could not go. I just, based on my health issues and the fact that I don't know what kind of time I got left, I know I'm going to be bawling my fucking. I'm like getting emotional right now thinking about it, what is that going to feel like when Bravado happens? I know you guys, John, I know you have, because we've talked about it a lot. Jeff, have you been following the set list at all? Have you been peeking in on that?
A little bit. I think they're great. I mean, I think they're doing it right. I think it's quite good. No real complaints,
They did it right, except for they've skipped Power Windows, which I think is a travesty. Whatever. whatever. Okay.
Just so much to pick from. How do you do it?
I know.
I mean,
Crazy.
that's
Well,
got to be tough.
We start by playing less stuff from the 70s and more stuff from the 80s.
Yeah, no. Stop. Ixnay on the 70s, nay shit. Stop. Anyway, all right. Well, speaking of that, we should get started here. We should get rolling on these albums. So, John, you said you brought vinyl or no?
I have all 19 albums on vinyl.
All right. So I have the CDs here if it's easier for me to just pull stuff. But if you want to pull stuff, go ahead and show. I actually, believe it or not, interestingly, on the first 3 albums, because I bought Hemispheres and then went backwards, because, you know, that's where I was at Hemispheres. I went backwards and grabbed, I think I got 2112 next and then Farewell. I ended up getting this, and I don't know if you guys ever saw this. I'm sure you have. But this, I had this for a long, long time for the actual first 3 albums. Did you guys ever see this? The archives?
Oh,
Yeah. I had it. I got rid of all my Rush vinyl back in the late 80s when CDs came out. I'm like, I don't need that shit anymore. Yeah, I know. Not a wise decision. None of it's really valuable.
People like me cleaned up on your wise decision.
What's that?
People like me were buying your cast off records.
Yeah.
Probably
Thank
did.
you.
And getting them for like 99 cents or something like that, right?
And flipping them, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So so I didn't have the first 3 albums, and that's why I have the remasters, because it was like $6.99 somewhere. I'm like, yeah, I'll get that. So all right, so go ahead. John, why don't you start with your assessment of this real quick. Released March 1874, recorded November 1973 at Eastern Sound, Toronto Sound in Toronto, out on Moon Records, which was their own label imprint because they couldn't get anybody to sign them. And the producer was Rush. There was another guy here. Ray Daniels was involved, SRO, Stand Room Only, but there was another guy, but he was just a tape op guy. So they basically self-produced. There's a bunch of non-album tracks that are actually on the R50 box set. Did you guys see that? This 4 CD, 4 album thing? I did pick that up, but I forgot to bring that out. There are some things like Not Fade Away and Garden Road and things like that. Very early stuff. But for the most part, this is Rush in 1974 trying to be Led Zeppelin kind of in Cream.
And The Who.
And The Who. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? Anything you got there? Any favorite?
Well, for me, this album, it's terrible. It's their worst album. I only have it to be a completist. It's the last one I bought. I don't listen to it often, but here's the thing about it. The tones and the production are phenomenal.
The guitar tones are great.
And it only makes sense on vinyl or probably 8-track. I will not listen to it on CD. I will not listen to it on streaming. I will only listen to it on vinyl. This is a early pressing 1974 phonogram. Yeah, that's the only way I'm going to listen to it when I listen to it, which is not often because I'm not a big fan.
Jeff, how about you?
I like it a little more than John. It's definitely not classic or great Rush. It's the start. And I love a lot of really early kind of primitive, primordial hard rock, proto metal stuff. So sure. If they had quit after this album, it would be a cool obscurity, and I would listen to it some. Because when I listen to it, I enjoy it. I don't like In the Mood at all. I think it's a terrible song, and they still, I don't know about this tour, but they still will play that in a medley format, and like it was never good in any way. I like Finding My Way. I like Here Again. Here Again starts to get a little into that proggy world.
Proggy bit,
7.5 minutes or something. Love Working Man. I think those are really good. And like John was saying, the tones, the guitar tones are fantastic, and production's excellent for what the material is. It's fine. And I'm not a big Zeppelin fan. I have tried so hard with Zeppelin. There's like a double album of studio songs by Zeppelin I think I would love. Like if I could compile it, then you'd have my Zeppelin. But I'm not a big fan. I've tried. And to me, there's just a little too much rip of that really early Zeppelin, kind of bluesy era Zeppelin stuff here, where they're just not their own band yet. They become real Rush on Fly By Night. That's
very much a product of their influences at the time. The Creams, the Who's,
sure.
the Zeppelin, the
and
British invasion. Yeah, they hadn't
that's
quite
natural.
yet. The yesness had not quite crept in. The Crimson weirdness hadn't yet
The Genesis.
This is one of those debuts where it's not like you spent your whole life writing it and then you have to follow it up. You know how that is with a lot of bands' first album. It's like that's why that first album is so great. This is not that.
Yep.
This is, as you say, this is them still finding it. This is still a product of their influences, and they find themselves.
Their way.
They find their way on Fly By Night. There you go.
Yeah. For me, this is a 5 out of 10 album because I like half the tracks and I hate half the tracks. And I think if anything, they needed Neil Peart more than anything for his lyrical contributions than anything else, because these lyrics on this album are really fucking bad. Geddy has never been the greatest lyricist. Alex, same. The few contributions they've made going forward, there's a couple of moments here and there, tears and lessons and whatever. But man, Jesus Christ. I mean, like even Take a Friend, which is not a bad boogie hard rock song, but the lyrics are just so bad. And then, but I mean, like Finding My Way, great ripper track. The lyrics are terrible, but whatever. I don't even know what they mean, more or less. John Rutsey, serviceable, bluesy, 4 on the floor guy, but he ain't Neil Peart. He ain't even close to being Neil Peart. There's some great guitar tones, like John said. I love the beginning of Before and After. That washy, chorusy, big Alex Lifeson chord thing starts. That F sharp suspended 7th, 4th, or whatever it's called. That's the first time you actually hear that chord. It's not a full. It doesn't become as pronounced as later, like on Xanadu and on Hemispheres. But that's where you hear it. I do love Here Again. It's a blues track, but it's a jazzy, loungy, and as it builds, man, it really is a kick-ass track. For me,
I started hearing later Rush in that, where they would go. It's there on Here Again, and
that's the best track on the album for me overall.
And Working Man,
yeah. Working Man, I have a love-hate relationship with.
It's overplayed.
It's such a simple fucking song to play, and it's one of the first songs I played on guitar. So I often overlook it, but man, live, dude, it's a lethal motherfucker. It just kicks your balls in when they start jamming. Like
it's got a Black Sabbath quality to it.
Yeah, a little bit of that. That kind of thing. Yep. So yeah, it's a 5 out of 10 for me. Like I said, for me, the biggest takeaway is they really needed Neil's lyrical contribution more than anything.
During the dinner scene that they filmed for the documentary. There was a reference to a lyric that Geddy was talking about to Alex. Was that something that was on the first album, or what? Do you remember that?
I do.
I remember seeing that.
Picking on about some lyric.
I remember seeing it, but I don't remember what the lyric was. But were they making fun of it? If I remember.
Yeah. Right.
They were laughing their ass off because they were drunk. And, I mean, that's like the quintessential bro moment. Do you guys in Agalloch have a moment like that where you're all broing down
all the time? Usually it's right before we play backstage. Is it right
before Jason stabs you in the throat, or
no? It's like every time backstage before we play a show, we get the giggles.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I don't know why.
I mean, that's a great fucking scene in that thing. So
yeah, I was just wondering what that reference was.
I'd have to rewatch it. I can't remember. But man, when I watch that, I fucking crack up with those guys, and then I get teary-eyed knowing that Neil's not around anymore. So
yeah.
All right, next up, Fly By Night. I love the cover of this. A lot of people don't. I love
it's a beautiful looking record.
Can I give you a little trivia? Do you know that was done by the same guy? That was drawn by the same guy who did the Kiss '78 solo album covers.
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
The faces.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, because Hugh Syme didn't show up until Caress. So,
right.
Yeah, that makes total sense. I love this cover, man. I don't know why.
Me too.
It's a beautiful.
Hey, let me get something.
Yeah, it's comic booky, but it's cool as fuck. So,
it's. I don't know about this font choice, but
Well, yeah, I guess they didn't have a lot of.
I'm an avid cyclist. This is my cycling jersey.
Nice.
Oh, hold on.
Did you get that?
That's my cycling jersey.
Did you get it from their shop or what?
No, I don't know what's wrong with my camera here. I can't. You can see it. I got it.
Yeah. It's a jacket or a shirt?
It's a cycling jersey.
Zip up shirt. Where'd you get that at, man? That's killer. I need to get one of those.
I Googled Rush cycling jerseys because I had about 5 cycling jerseys before the fire and lost them all. I had Fly By Night was one of my first ones, and I wanted it back. So I Googled Rush cycling jersey, and for some reason that's still the most popular design. So
I bike a lot too, mountain bike these days, and I'm gonna steal your idea.
This is that wicking material of any cycling jersey, but it's a beautiful Fly By Night one. So
Killer.
anyway, yeah, love the album.
All right,
yeah.
so Jeff, I'm gonna start with you. We're just gonna go down through the albums. We'll switch each person, then get back.
Sure.
That way we all get a first dibs.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is to me where
real quick, hang on, sorry. February 14th, 75, it comes out. Recorded December of 74. Toronto Sound again. This is the first album to be produced by one Terry Brown, and it's a long and productive relationship that goes on for many albums. For me, most of their best albums, quite frankly. Probably you guys feel the same. So go ahead. I do have a couple of anecdotes at the end, but go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is where the real Rush starts for me. Obviously, it's where Neil comes in. And even though, yes, he changed the band with his lyrics, you can hear Lifeson and Lee finding a new, more ambitious way of doing their thing. I mean, it's I'm not going to say light years from the first album, but it's pretty far removed. It is. It's a few steps beyond, right?
Most of it is, yeah.
Yeah, and so you got Bytor and you have Anthem, great tunes. I really love this album. It begins the line of Fly By Night through Grace Under Pressure, which is to me like the unbeatable, indomitable Rush. Like these are the albums. That's the run.
In there.
What an incredible run. And everything after that is bonus, and we'll get to the stuff we talk about in the 90s. But it's a great album, great production. You can Terry Brown already, I think, putting his stamp on the band, getting some really great tones. I think Alex's guitar, not only his voicings and his choices, but the production and his tones that he's getting out of his amp are just so individualistic. They're so him, and I think he puts his stamp on their sound just with his choices. They're just all working in tandem so well. It sounds like a band that's been together for decades, and we know that Lee and Lifeson have been together a long time, but Neil came in and just God, I mean, it's a miracle of chemistry, the three of these guys. It's like Queen. Like, how do you find guys like that in your locale, in your town, and you become this thing? And this thing that they experienced all the way up to Neil's death. I mean, absolutely incredible chemistry, the greatest chemistry of any band anywhere ever. And here's where it starts. And I don't have a bad thing to say about this album. I've heard people say it dips a little bit on the second side with Rivendell. Yeah, I disagree. I like it. And Making Memories, it's fine. These two Making Memories sounds like it could have been on the first album. I'll give it that. Yeah. But I love In the End. I think In the End is almost gets into a little bit of a proto doom, perhaps.
It's an anthemic track. It's got a real, anthemic thing. Well,
Beneath, Between, Behind has a shit ton of energy and amazing syncopation by Neil. What's that?
That song's amazing.
It's killer, dude. Beneath, Between, Behind rips.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. And obviously,
best I can.
We don't need a best I can, really?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that one. It's okay.
I like that. Again, that's another one that could have been on the first album.
That's a first album deal, yeah.
Yeah, but I love the title track. I thought, I think they tried to put that out to FM radio, and it should have worked.
Dude, Anthem is almost a thrash song. Anthem was a thrash album back in the early 70s. Anthem is fucking speedy, dude.
When people will try to say like, oh, Rush isn't metal. They don't belong in Metal Archives. No, listen to Anthem, and that's metal. For all intents and purposes, in 1975, that's as metal as Judas Priest was in 75. Yeah, that's as metal as Scorpions were in 75. It's metal. It's heavy metal. Yep. That's all I have to say about it.
All right, John, what do you got?
I don't have anything. No. I mean, everything that he said is basically what I would say. I mean, the whole side A is fantastic. I mean, Best I Can is kind of but Between Behind is fantastic. Bytor, I mean, it's goofy, but here's the thing about what I've noticed about a lot of Rush albums is there's at least one kind of goofy song on every album. And in this one, it is Bytor and the Snow Dog.
I love that song.
It's still kind of epic. It was their first epic, really.
Yeah.
So that was kind of interesting. And Fly By Night's very poppy. I've always liked the song, but it's very, very poppy.
Very poppy. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is, obviously I like it a lot more than the first album. I actually like this album more than 2112, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, this is a very listenable album still all these years later, I think.
Tones are great. The tones are awesome, just like the first album.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really
on vinyl. I don't own the first 4 on CD. I just only on vinyl.
Well, I have them on these reissues. That's why. I think the other thing too is you can tell right away with stuff like in Bytor, in Anthem, and apparently Anthem was the song that John Rutsey that was written when John Rutsey was still in the band, and he could not get the rhythms down for Anthem, and that was kind of one of the deciding factors that Alex and Geddy were moving in a direction away from bluesy hard rock and Zeppelin-y big, bar chord shit to more complex stuff, which it's infinitely noticeable right away on this. Right away, you just see the stuff that Neil, the story is that Neil drove up with all of his drums in green trash bags in a Pinto, and they're like, who's this fucking geeky motherfucker right here? Alex and Geddy are both smoking doobs and stoned, and he comes in and does these paradiddles and triplets, and they're like, and like Alex was all pissed at Geddy because Geddy was like, dude, that's the guy, like, come on. And Alex was like, no, we promised we were going to see all these drummers. And it was like, by the end of it, it was like, by the 5th guy, they're like, yeah, that's the dude. There's no other.
It's crazy. I was talking to Hunter. John knows Hunter. Recently.
Slightly. I think I met him once or twice.
I know Hunter too. Like I met him once.
Of course. But I was talking to him somewhat recently about this era of Rush and how Neil comes in. And I told Hunter, man, Neil came in fully formed. Where was this guy before this? Because you listen through, you don't even have to like Fly By Night or all the songs, but you listen if you isolate the drum performance, it's masterful. It's amazing. Like right out of the gate, he's incredible. And like, wow. Like this guy, if he didn't land in Rush, where would he have landed?
He was in a rock band before.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, what were they called? Phineas Fogg. It was like 2 names.
He'd also moved to England to try to make it as a drummer and just never worked, and he came back. Thank God,
Yeah, for
or
real.
whoever. Thank dog.
Think about the drum break. Obviously, in Bytor, that's the big one that stands out. But also on Between Behind, man, there is a real killer jazz thing to that. Down, 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 down. Just the way he's laying back, he's so amazing, man. He was such an amazing drummer. So
again, Anthem, the drumming on Anthem, unbelievable.
Oh yeah,
unreal. Yeah. Between Behind, maybe my favorite track on the album. I just love that song. The low points for me are Best I Can. It's just a first album track that's too bluesy and basic. It's a Geddy thing. And I'm not a fan of Rivendell, even though I can actually play bits of it it was one of the songs I learned in one of my early guitar lessons. I'd have to sit down and refigure it out. It's not that complex, but they were into the Tolkien thing. Obviously, Neil had been reading probably the Silmarillion stuff and all the Tolkien stuff. It's okay. It's just kind of doesn't do much for me these days.
But in the 70s, it was probably groundbreaking to have
probably
those
I guess
themes.
But I mean, you do like just some of these lyrics, man. Like, watch the cities rise, another ship arrives, Earth's melting pot and ever grow. Fantastic dreams come true, inventing something new. The greatest minds were never knowing. I mean, just the way his lyrical prose just were so, like you said, almost formed. Very literate guy, very well-read guy. They always made the jokes. It's like, this guy likes to read a lot, that kind of thing. When they were on tour in the early days. John, you're right about Bytor. It's comic booky and super high fantasy shit. But dude, the lyrics on it are fucking awesome. I mean, it's like Neil was writing his first fantasy novel in a song format there. So, All right, that's an 8 out of 10 for me. I love that album. And Jeff, it starts the run of albums. I would include Power Windows in that. You can argue that when we get there, but I would definitely argue that Power Windows belongs in that run of albums.
We will argue that.
We
Yes, we will argue that.
We will. Trust
Our little power trio, we're from different camps.
me. A little bit.
You know, you're from the Fly By Night to what? Grace Under Pressure.
Grace Under Pressure.
And Sparky, you're part of what? What's your
Mostly
your
fly by night to Power Windows.
And see, my camp is the one that's like they got good right after Hemispheres.
But see, like I said, I don't know if this was before the recording or during the recording. I think it was during. You know, I like knowing Rush fans like you because I got into that stuff later. But when it was coming out, like Hold Your Fire, and hated Big Money when it came out, still don't love it. But like, I have a much different appreciation for it, and I love talking to Rush fans like you, John, who kind of helped me in my journey with like post. We'll call it post Grace Under Pressure Rush.
Yeah.
I didn't
like a lot of those late 80s, early 90s albums much either. I've come around in particular on Hold Your Fire, like you, Jeff. It suddenly its songwriting ness came out to me. The amazing songs on it came out.
Lock and Key. That song.
Killer.
Oh.
Mission.
Absolutely.
I mean, turn the page. We're getting way ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
We gotta move though. All right, so Caress of Steel comes out as the third album here in September 24th, 1975. Recorded July 75 at Toronto Sound. Terry Brown again on Mercury.
Another beautiful record. I mean, just the artwork. I love the artwork.
Yeah. Q Sim.
Yeah.
I believe that's Copernicus. Am I wrong?
No.
Pythagoras?
Is it Pythagoras?
Could be Copernicus. I know that it was supposed to be steel-y and not gold, but
I mean,
it was a misprint.
Great.
Awesome.
Lyrics are cool.
Incredible.
So real quick on this is considered Rush's first progressive rock album. Songs such as The Necromancer and The Fountain of Lamneth, which is all of side 2, was their first rock epic. Other tracks, Lakeside Park, Bastille Day became staples of the band's live set. Though they were initially proud of the work on this album, the album proved to be a difficult commercial and critical flop. When they went out on tour for this, they were opening, I believe, for Kiss and Uriah Heep and all kind of different bands. Nugent. And they called it the Down the Tubes Tour of 1975, which is pretty funny. Let's see. Despite being more positively viewed by the band's fans in retrospect, noted that the album is still considered the black sheep of their catalog.
It's my favorite of the first 4.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's mine too, actually. Yeah, it is actually. So yeah, for me, man, first of all, it's all about the Necromancer right here. That is the one song I prayed they would pull out of Mothballs. I get why they didn't, I guess, but shit, they pulled other big long epics out. I don't know why. They've not done any tracks off this, not even Lakeside, not even Bastille. Kind of a bummer. I get it. You're not going to really pull Fountain of Lamneth out, although No One at the Bridge fucking rules.
Dude, that's the best song on the album.
Well, Necromancer. It's the second best song. Okay, whatever over there, Skippy. Just hang on. It's my turn. I'll get to you in a second.
Wait, you're Skippy.
He's Skippy. I'm Sparky.
I'm not.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, I love Lakeside Park, man. I love that song. The lyrics are very of the time of the 70s. Drinking by the lighthouse, smoking in the pier. I love the key change in that. It's just such a killer. You know, everyone would gather on the 24th of May. Da, 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 da. I know the lyrics. I'm just not gonna sing every song. We'll be here all night. I love that part of the song, man. The ending of the song is so killer. I've been lucky enough to see that one a couple of times, not for a long time, but the only thing I really don't like is I love Fountain of Lamneth, except Dick Dax and Narp. It's only a minute, whatever. It's kind of weird. I don't know what they're trying to do with it, but
I think I'm Going Bald is another kind of goofy song.
Yeah, it's the goofy song on the album. I don't hate it because it's kind of funny. but it's not a great song. It's the one detractor of the album. But I give this a 9 out of 10, man. I love this album. More and more it grew on me as time went by, and man, just dude, the Necromancer and No One at the Bridge. I don't really need to say anything more. You should own the album just for those 2 songs alone. So, Jeff, how about you?
Absolutely love it.
Don't go there yet.
It's in my top 5. Okay, sorry.
I was going to say, don't reveal your 5 if you can.
Sorry. Okay. It's amazing. I have always defended it. I didn't even know for the longest time that like the band considered it a black sheep. I didn't know that a lot of the fans kind of considered it the odd album out. I just loved it. I love the vibe. I love, we were talking about the cover first of all, like just the artwork alone. Like to me, it's an album that sounds like it looks. It's a little muddled, a little muffled and muddy and obscure sounding. And I think that works for the material. Like Bastille Day, again, here we are, heavy metal rush, totally. Lakeside Park's beautiful. I think I'm going bald. One thing I want you guys to do, and anybody listening, is check out Alex's solo in that song. It will rip your head off. It's unbelievable. And maybe it's a jokey song lyrically, but it's a very serious solo. I think it's incredible. And I think this is the album where Alex's soloing just begins at top tier and stays at top tier for probably about ever. I think he's incredible as a soloist on this album.
Oh, yeah.
Necromancer, then, I mean, you said it all. Just it's a top tier Rush song, no doubt about it. Dark, heavy, proggy, metallic, weird, everything you want. And I love Fountain of Lamneth all the way through, including Didex and Narpets. The whole thing is a mind blower. I think there's some great beauty on that song. Along with some really heavy, gnarly shit. Just love it. To me, this is the encapsulation of what early Rush should be and sounds like, and it's where I want to live a lot of the time with Rush is this kind of thing. So
I like John. I like this album considerably better than I like 2112.
Interesting.
Well, I feel that it's a bridge. It's a bridge album to their next
transitional.
Yeah. And it's dark.
Well, it's the start of the big epics. It's the start of the big album side epic, of course. Yeah.
But it's got this darkness to it that's really kind of understated,
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's their darkest album, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would say that and Permanent Waves are their 2 darkest albums.
Ooh. Good choice. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, and Grace too.
Permanent Waves is another bridge, but we'll get to that.
True. Okay, John, you're going to get to start on this one because I know you love this album so much. So we get to 2112. By the way, that's a 9 out of 10 album. Peter Steele for me. 2112 comes out March of '76. In fact, if I'm not wrong, I think it came out on my birthday. I think I was 10 years old. I don't have a date, but I swear I saw that it came out the last day of March. I could be wrong. Recorded January '76, Toronto Sound again. Terry Brown. Out on Mercury. And of course, in Rush's history, there probably isn't a more important album than this in many ways, because they were on the verge of being dumped, and Ray Daniels managed to somehow lie to Mercury. I think he flew to Holland or Germany or wherever the headquarters of Mercury Polygram was. And he said, I've heard the new album, man. There's lots of good hits and all over, and it's going to be way more mainstream friendly and all that stuff. He'd never heard any of the album, actually. And instead they went the exact opposite. And they put out a full another album side length thing with song with 7 parts and 5 additional tracks on the second side. So go ahead, John. What do you got on this one?
I really only like side A. I feel that most of the songs on side B are kind of throwaway, especially. So the first time I got this, I got it on cassette. I found it for like $1 at a secondhand store in Butte. And I was listening to it, and I liked the first side, but man, Twilight Zone has this fucking like pinch harmonic that happens that's so goddamn loud, at least on the cassette version, that it like pissed me off every time I listened to it, to the point I just didn't want to listen to it anymore.
I love that song.
But
I know exactly the pitch harmonic you speak of. Yeah.
This is a remaster from 2013, and they seem to limit that out a little bit, so it's not as bad as I remembered it.
All right.
I still don't regard this album. I mean, like I said, this is basically you've got the first album and then this album are my lowest on the lowest albums for me. So
wow.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I'm not that low on it. I'm not that low on it.
And in fact, whenever I see them live, so I've seen them live like 7 times, and every time they'd play the intro to 2112, I'd be like, oh.
I could absolutely see him doing that too. I could absolutely, like, if we went to a show together, I'd be like, oh fuck, not this, man.
It's
seriously.
Like, why can't they play something from Presto instead? You know?
Yeah, man. Give me Scars. Don't give me fucking 2112, bitch. Jeez. I don't feel that way about the album. I'm more in the lower mid tier with this album, but go ahead, Jeff.
Wow. I told you guys I just turned 57. I must be getting old, because I think if I was 23, I'd be jumping through the screen doing this to John. But I love John, and I'm not feeling that way, you know, but I'm mellowing out with age, I think. No, I worship. I'm one of the 2112 worshipers. I have never used 2112 as a password. Just wanted to let all the hackers out there know I never have. So please don't.
I might have.
You know.
I might have.
No, of course we all have. But I think the title track, the A side, is perfection. There's not a thing on there I would change. There's not a thing on there I would add or take away. I think it's beautiful. And I love the second side. I love Passage to Bangkok. I think that riff is an absolute killer. I like the subject matter of just going around various spots in the world and sampling all the wares.
All the doobies.
Love it. Yeah, I mean it's a geographical travel song. I love that kind of stuff. I dig it. Twilight Zone I love. Twilight Zone was one of those songs that got me to really understand not only hi-fi, but specifically headphone listening. Because I didn't have to do a lot of that when I was younger. And to me, headphones are a necessity, or they were a necessity if you were like living with somebody else, or, you know, in an apartment situation. Now I'll do it out of choice, you know, as well as open air sometimes, of course. But Twilight Zone, that on a good system, on good headphones, good Lord, man. Great production. And I love Lessons. I think Lessons is just a kick-ass
Yes, it is.
track. Just it's just on fire. I love it. I love Tears. I think Tears is a great maudlin, super sad ballad. I mean, I can get why people don't like it. I submit to it. Something for Nothing, killer ending. Again, here we are, Heavy Metal Rush. So love the album. Nothing bad to say about it. It's a high ranking one for me.
I'm going to be the dissenter and say I actually like the second side a little better than the first side, and here's why. I love a lot of sections of the first side, but there is, and again, they're trying to do a narrative. They're doing a narrative of this guy who discovers a guitar and artistic endeavor in this futuristic society is the verboten, right? You know, kind of like where we're living now, kind of like how the world we're in now. Of course, those that don't know, Neil's lyrical inspiration was Ayn Rand from Atlas Shrugged, kind of and Anthem. And you know, if I'm not incorrect, Ayn Rand was pretty heavy libertarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and so was Neil.
Yeah, and there was some ideas back then that Neil was kind of like a communist, right? At one point, right? Was that what or no? A fascist?
I would think more socialist, perhaps. I wouldn't say communist. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but
well, there was just some stuff going around that his lyrics, because he borrowed from Ayn Rand, was somehow tied in. It was really nothing to do with that, and I don't think Neil was ever that kind of guy. He was pretty liberal from what I always gleaned. As are Getty and Alex. I mean, they're Canadians, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. Is there like 5 Canadians that are fascists in the whole entire world? Anyway, but my
one of them's in Conqueror, I think, but that's a whole other.
Yeah, and
maybe the
the
blasphemy guys.
yeah, the blasphemy dudes. Yeah. The thing that I guess gets me a little bit about 2112 is there's a little bit of that. I don't want to call it disjointed because it's not really disjointed. It's pretty well put together, but that's where I guess I kind of come off a little bit like, all right, it's not as fluid as I would like it to be, I guess.
I think that part where he's tuning the guitar by the string,
yeah,
that's something that works the first couple times you listen to it.
Right, then it does.
And as much as I love that song and what I said about it, I will tell you, that's one of those moments where like, oh yeah, after the 100th listen, this is not the moment I really want to stay with. Like,
skip that
part of me wants to skip it. I never do because I'm a little
I
pierced
never
about
do
it.
either.
Like,
Yeah.
but it doesn't
Correct.
translate on the 100th listen the way music itself does. It's this story part.
Well,
you know,
it's experimental. I view that as kind of in the realm of experimental music, you know.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
But to me,
sells
this album,
the story. It sells the story. In a lot of
this album sounds like a protest album. It sounds like an album that they put together to say "fuck you" to the record label,
and they pretty much did. So.
Yeah,
that's kind of what it.
But there's parts of the album, like on the first song, like the Oracle and the Soliloquy, which they don't always do live, but they have finally. They didn't do them back when I first saw them, and I'm going to pull up the set list here in a minute. When I first saw them, they did everything but the dream, or what's it called, the Oracle, right? The dream, the soliloquy. Excuse me. They skipped that part, which is weird because that's the I wandered home through silent street, da, 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 and then when it does that. I stand atop the spiral step. That I love those two parts. They're my two favorite parts of the whole song. Is that little section right there? I love Twilight Zone, and for the life of me, I cannot think of the fucking harmonic or the pinch harmonic.
It's awful.
I have to go listen. It didn't stand out to me.
Right, it's the thing that opens the guitar solo. He goes.
It's kind of this long loping like strike. Yeah.
It doesn't bother me like it does you. I don't know why, but anyway, I love Passage to Bangkok. It's such a killer riff, man. It's such a badass riff to play. I love it. Love the lyrical genius of it. Putting all those countries that may have weed or do have weed. It's so cool, man. I love Lessons, dude. That song is that's the heavy metal. That's a raw, even though it's acoustic in nature at first. It's a heavy song, man. I mean,
the verse is acoustic, and then that just crashes in, and you get like heavy metal Getty screaming. You know,
you never listen,
but you did listen, man.
That's so good.
You still question why.
Tears, I used to kind of be in love with. I'm not as in love with it, but it's a pretty song. Getty does some Mellotron on that, and we'd be remiss. Oh, and lastly, of course, I really do love Something for Nothing. I think it's a great song. We'd be remiss if we didn't mention one thing about this album, though, that really has to be addressed.
Are you going to say the back cover?
Yeah, we have to talk about the camel toe, Alex. I mean, come on, bro. Like what the fuck, man?
The Alex Camel Toe.
Alex Camel Toe, bro. I'm sure he's heard that a million times and probably laughs his ass off at it, but yeah, that was the Kimona eras, man. It didn't get any better.
I mean, Rob Halford was dressing like that too in 76, 77.
All right.
And Agalloch will be soon. Agalloch with white robes. It's coming.
Agalloch doing white robes, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be funny. I want to see John in Corpse Paint again. He sent me pictures. I've seen him.
That happened once.
Yeah, I know. That's an 8.5 out of me. There's some very clever lyrics on this and some cool studio trickeration by Terry Brown on this. Lots of cool studio stuff that was happening here. We're talking 1976. So, all righty. The next album is A Farewell to Kings. Comes out in August 29, 1977. Recorded June, July of 77. Comes out on Anthem and Mercury Polygram. And it's Terry Brown again. Jeff, go.
This is now It's funny how they would always release a live album after 4 albums, and it seemed to really mark a shift in style. And here's the first real shift. I mean, yes, we had a shift between Rush and Fly By Night, and I think the next 2 albums after that are sort of just continuations of what we started to hear on Fly By Night.
Yep.
Then we got live album. So this is sort of like what we'll call second era, what I've always called second era. And they were so great at doing that every 4 albums for up until different stages,
Right.
But this is clearly, how shall I put it? Just a different level, a new level. It's the production is wider. It's a little slicker. There's more keyboards now coming in. It's not just Taurus pedals. It's a lot more keyboard. Just generally, I mean, obviously, you can hear his kit expanding, chimes, the various percussions, hand percussions, whatever it is. Yeah. And like the material calls for it. They were just expanding the writing. It's now Rush as a true prog band. I mean, this is really the first true prog rock. And there's still some of the metallic elements. I mean, look, Cygnus X1, I'll just jump right to that. That's an unbelievable piece of music.
Killer track.
Absolutely killer. That's the epitome of Rush in this era, in that second phase is Cygnus X1. Just I wish the rest of the album was as good as Cygnus X1. I like it. There's probably nothing I don't like on it. The first side's okay. I've never been the biggest Xanadu fan. I know most of their fans are.
What?
Some of Xanadu will sort of get into a point of lull for me where I'm like, I'm not sure if it's an arrangement thing for me. Maybe, maybe I might have arranged it differently if they gave me the keys of the kingdom, but they didn't. They didn't ask me when I was 8 years old.
Right.
Yeah, right. No, but I like it fine. I like the first side fine. It's just, for me, it's not a perfect album the way the ones, 2112 is, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. But the second side, I think, is a little bit underrated. Like Cinderella Man. The break in the middle of that is like the break in Free Will, where all 3 of them are doing something where you're like, all 3 are playing something incredible right now. I don't know who to listen to. Of course, you listen to them in tandem, but man, Cinderella Man, the whole song is great. Love that break so much. And is it Madrigal? That's Madrigal. That's good. I like it. And Close to the Heart, I mean, it's hard not to love that song. It's just a super well-written tune, and it belongs, it deserves to be the radio hit that it was. But yeah, I like the album a ton. I think it ends incredibly strongly. I think it begins not flat, just doesn't excite me as much as some of the albums around it. I have to work into this album. Once I get to the second side, I'm very much in a happy spot. So, and great album cover, by the way.
Yeah, love the album cover. One of my favorites of theirs. I totally disagree with you almost entirely.
Okay.
I love this album, stem to stern. If I had to pick a weak track, it's probably Closer to the Heart. I love Madrigal. It's kind of just this whimsical, beautiful, airy, kind of almost melancholic sounding song that it's only, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. It's just a beautiful little keyboard piece with some really delicate electric, almost, ES335, clean guitars on it. It's a beautiful song. Yeah, Cygnus X1 is the metal banger. It's the banger track on the album. And Xanadu is kind of the big epic prog song. I can never get sick of Xanadu, dude. Never. And it's kind of overplayed in a lot of ways. I mean, they pretty much played it every tour, and they're opening every show with it, which is was kind of shocking to me in a lot of ways because they've never done that. But it's kind of a brilliant way to open these shows, I thought, especially the way they're doing it with all the smoke and the screen thing and everything. I love Farewell to Kings, and they broke that out finally.
Yeah.
Hope to hell they play that in. I love the guitar work on it, man. It's one of the songs I worked on really hard to master, and I still fuck it up when I play it, even though I've been playing it for years. Cinderella Man, though, is probably the dark horse track on the album. That is just such a killer track. And of Great fucking riffs on it. Great melodies on it.
Verses are great.
What's that?
The verses are really good.
Yeah. That da, 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 you know. Da, 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 da. And it's kind of a cool way that Geddy sings it. He doesn't sing that way a lot. And the way he sings this song, and if I'm not wrong, he wrote that one, right? I think that's all him, right?
I'd have to check. I don't know. Probably.
99%.
Doesn't really say.
Musically and Life and lyrics by Lee. Okay. Which actually, that's good lyrics for Geddy, considering, hey, baby, it's 7:45. I'm in the mood. I hate that fucking song, man. They better not play that on any of the Philly shows. I will get up and leave. Yeah, this album, we're going to talk about it later. Fantastic album. I love it. John, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I regard this album as 2112, but good.
Jeff, I'll let you strangle him if you want.
No, look, everything I said about Farewell to Kings, it's still a 9 out of 10 for me. It's just not a 10 out of 10.
Mine, I forgot to give you mine. Mine's a 10 out of 10.
I mean,
9.7.
Yeah. I mean, I love Farewell to Kings. I love Xanadu. I don't give a shit about Closer to the Heart. I think it's overplayed. Cinderella Man is amazing. Cygnus X1, it's good, but it kind of teeters out. It kind of gets to the point where it's like, all right, you can end now. I don't know, but whatever. Magical, I can't even remember what it sounds like right now, but dude, this design is so beautiful. Like this fucking band photo. I love this band photo.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
That must be where they recorded, because they recorded that. Isn't it the Manor or something?
Yes.
That's got to be where they were recording. Yeah.
I thought this was the first one they recorded over in
England.
Yeah, in England, but it wasn't the Manor, was it?
I'm trying to see here.
Rockfield.
Sorry, Rockfield.
But no, this is a solid record. It's I like it so much more than 2112, and it's a nice bridge to Hemispheres.
Let me just see if there was any cool. So this album reached number 11 in Canada and marked a major growth in their international fan base. Became the band's second top 40 album in the United States after 76's double live album. Did you show that? I might have looked away. Did you show All the World's a Stage? We're not talking about the live stuff, but
no.
I think you didn't show it, John. I thought you did.
I didn't. I got
Jeff talked about it. That's why I thought you showed it.
I found it at a garage sale for 50 cents, and it was basically a rescue.
I actually don't even know. I don't own that one. It's the only
Can't let it sit there. Yeah.
It's the only one I don't own by them. I had the original double vinyl, but I sold all my vinyl and never replaced that. So I'm not a big live album guy very much. I do own a lot of the other ones here. Yeah, man. Fuck, dude. Just I didn't read off the particulars. Came out August 29, 77. Recorded June, July of 77 at Rockfield and Terry Brown again. Man, the ending of fucking Cygnus is kind of their apex heavy metal moment, man.
Yeah.
Still descending like a spiral. I can't even get close to that. That is Geddy's highest shriek, man, I think ever. Like he's
probably.
Here's something that Jeff will probably appreciate, but not you, Sparky. Cygnus X1 reminds me so much of early Thought Industry.
Wow.
In fact,
yes, I can see that. I never thought of that. But
it reminds me of like Songs for Insects, something that they would have done on that.
Yeah, I can see that. Yep.
Yeah.
But wasn't Cygnus first?
Before Thought Industry, yes.
Oh, you're saying that it was an influence on Thought Industry.
I'm sure it was. Yeah.
Yeah, or just that Songs for Insects has enough of a parallel with Cygnus. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
I need to get those Thought Industry albums. I don't know why.
Yes,
you do.
I've heard them. It's been a long time. They also did 140 European and North American dates on this, so they were really starting to ramp the touring up. The machine is starting to build.
Right.
Let's see. I just wanted to see. Yeah, to me, this just this album just doesn't have any faults. I
Right.
love this album. I get where you're coming from on Close to the Heart, but I still love the song. And it's a hard little bitch to play. That upstroked thing on the it's not easy to play on the guitar. Trust me.
Apparently, Geddy wrote that.
He did write it, and upstrokes because he was playing
It was
with
bass
his
player, yeah.
fingers. Yeah, as a bass player. So, my only gripe about this album though is Alex, he was using the ES 335 or 355 and the 335, I believe. It does have that, some of the distortion sounds on it, or kind of have that hollowish, non-heavy sound. It's kind of like
Farewell, the King's a song, I think is what you're talking about.
exactly.
Yeah.
Time when he was using high watt amps too.
Yeah, that's true. And the solos get squelchy at times, a
Yeah.
little bit, if you get what I mean. Which I still love it. I know every note of it, but it's my one little tiny gripe. That's all. But I'll never stop loving that album. All right. Who was up next now? I kind of lost track.
You with Hemispheres.
Well, come on. Of course. And it's the only one I actually don't have.
Picture disc. Woo.
And
I do have the picture disc.
and the original as well.
Nice.
All right. I have the original somewhere, but I can't find it. So I'm going to have to pull out the big guns, sons. This is the first of many, and I forgot to show this one here too. Yes, I'm that guy. I am that guy. However, I did not buy any of these box sets at retail. Trust me, I got them. This one I got for $76 from the UK back in 2019. This one I got for about $84. If you watch these on Amazon, and I know giving that guy any money is not cool, but if you watch a year or so after, these start to drop crazily.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. Yeah.
That's when I dipped in. I did not and would not. Like what they're doing with the Grace Under Pressure box set really pisses me the fuck off, because these all had vinyl with them and the CDs as the deluxes. Now they've split it into a vinyl deluxe and a vinyl CD. So if you want them both, you're going to have to pay close to $600. That is not going to happen. But I will get the Grace one of this at some point. So back to Hemispheres. Man, I really shouldn't tip my hat, should I? Yeah. It does not get better than this album. For me, it does not get better.
Well, it does, but okay.
No, it doesn't. It just does not get better than this album. This was my entry album.
Look at this picture of Neil, though, man.
So weird, right? Isn't that weird?
He looks like a basketball player. I don't know about, I know a lot of people don't like that they reimagined, because this is not the original interior of the gatefold. I love the reimagined Hugh Syme artwork with these. All these, they're cool. And they give you a little bit of a different perspective. The cool thing with this box set here is that you do get you get a Pink Pop, the Pink Pop double album. So you get it on vinyl and CD, and then you get just tons of swag that I'm probably never ever going to use or look. I've looked at it all, but I'm probably never going to do anything with it. I love that. I love that.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, that's my favorite logo. If I was putting a bumper sticker on my car or going to wear the shirt, I love that logo.
I love it.
That's the logo.
I tried to find my Hemisphere shirt. It's in the closet somewhere. I couldn't find it. I'm still in the closet, John, by the way. With the shirt anyway. But I went with Alex. Yeah, man, this album's considered a peak of the band's progressive period, characterized by complex time signatures, multi-part suites. First side of the original vinyl is occupied by the 18-minute Cygnus X1 Book 2 Hemispheres suite, which was a carryover from Cygnus X1 Book 1, and about the space explorer who drowns in a black hole and is caught in a struggle between the Greek gods Apollo and Dionysus. These themes of duality were depicted on the cover of the artwork. I love the artwork for this. My mom probably thought maybe I might be gay. I don't know. I mean, I'm not, but I probably could have been, but who knows? I mean, I love the artwork for this album. I think it's super bad.
It really only matters if, like, you look at the cover of Hemispheres and you get a boner.
Yeah, I
then,
mean, like,
then you know.
right.
I guess I shouldn't stand up right now. Is that what you're saying? Now, I just love this fucking artwork. It is such a killer. It's such an image for me of all the Rush artwork, and there's a lot of great Rush artwork. This is the most enduring image of all their artwork.
The print on this is much darker than yours.
Well, this is a brand new. Yeah, I think
this is a 78 pressing, but still, it's like
what is it? 78?
Yeah,
yeah. Mine was like that too, John. When I got the original, which
but it's just like it's weird that they brightened it for the reissue.
Yeah, I think it looks cool like
I sort
that.
of like the darker, and I love that back cover of the original with the floating brains. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, super killer. But yeah, do any of you guys? I know John doesn't own these. Do you have these, Jeff? Skip them. Yeah, there's a lot of bonus live material, Blu-ray audio on here. You get it in 5.1 and blah 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 blah. So stereo analog.
I like that sort of stuff, and some albums I'll do that for, but generally, if I've got the CD and vinyl, which I will tend to do with my favorite bands and albums,
right. You're good.
I don't go for the big box sets. It's because I find myself never listening to the extra live stuff, or maybe once I'll take a pass, and then I never do again. And I don't know. I'm a little bit purist, and now that I've lost so much of my collection, I have a very different outlook on things. So I'm probably not the best. No, I'm probably not the best person to talk to about it right now. But
okay. I got
it's just but I never was. I never was a big box set guy. Having said that, I at peak I had 25 or so in my huge collection, but
25,
which is not much, honestly.
25 box sets?
Yeah, of different bands and stuff. So it wasn't massive. Like I know a lot of people have a lot more.
I probably have about 300 box sets. It's a sick.
I kind of always look at it too. Like if I'm going to spend $180 on a box set of something I already have, why don't I take that money and buy 7 or 8 new albums?
There you go.
That are new to me. You know what I mean? Things I've been wanting to check out or whatever.
I feel the same way about people who buy like every color of a vinyl.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't do that.
On.
I never go there. That's
silly. Yeah, but
especially Agalloch fans. You hear him? He's telling you don't buy all the different color of their albums.
It's not my choice.
That's true. All right,
actually, kind of is. So, seriously, it actually kind of is because Nico he'll say to me, "Okay, we've got 9 colors. Pick them," and I'll be like, "All right, this, and this." But I would prefer that it just be on black vinyl and that's it.
But that's beyond you because they're just trying to meet demand or whatever.
Yeah,
and that's whatever sells a record, right? I mean, that's great.
Yep. Yeah, I don't do that. I do not buy multiple colors of albums. That's crazy for me, anyways. Look, this is a 20 out of 10 album for me. Like, I don't even know what else to say. It is my favorite album of all time. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. It is my favorite album of all bands of all time.
What do you think of the Sphere?
Huh?
What do you think of the Sphere?
I love it.
Okay.
You talking about the track?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful way to end the song. Yeah. I mean, I would say that in all honesty, Hemispheres, the track, book 2, is probably their most complete prog epic.
Yeah.
Start to finish.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The fluidity, the way it starts with I don't have my guitar, the F sharp minor chord, down, 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 the way it builds, the way it goes into the various sections. I mean, the crazy killer section for the battle, I see the gods in battle rage on high, thunderbolts across the sky. It's just the dun 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 dun, where they pull in the jam section of Cygnus X1 where it kind of washes in and washes out. Fucking brilliant, man.
Yep.
Like that is just so brilliant. And just the connective tissue of down 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 down. I see it in the where it gets gentle and then rises and then it's just fucking, for me, this is Lee and Lifeson at their and Neil at their apex as songwriters. For me.
Not because it's their longest song or one of their very longest, but I do. It's probably their most complex composition. I mean,
without question.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then, more so than 2112 or Fountain. If we're talking the 3 sidelong songs, it's
way more.
It's complex. By far more complicated. And like when I was getting to know this album as a kid, it's the one that took me the longest to get to know out of all those long songs, right? It's
Right,
just
sure.
you're hearing something new in it all the time.
Yep. It's just amazing, man. I mean, oh man, just stuff like the Wolves of Cold Starvation, bringing wolves of cold starvation. It's just like, fuck, man. I mean, this, of all the tracks they could pull out, this would be the one I'd want to hear. I was lucky enough to actually hear it. We'll pull it up on the next, I'll pull that set list up next. I saw them do Cygnus X1 and Cygnus X1 Book 2 in completion in 1980.
I thought they did that in 2015 too.
No, not.
They did something from this.
I think they did parts of Hemispheres or Cygnus X1 Book 2, but
I'd have to remember, but I don't really even remember that. I don't remember them doing Hemispheres. I remember them. They always did La Via. They still are, and they brought the trees back. With much to John's dismay, they brought the trees back. Fuck you.
Well, it's the goofy song.
The trees fucking bangs, dude. The trees bangs. I love that song. I love Circumstances, which a lot of people would be like, that's kind of the throwaway track on the album.
Song.
Love that song. Love it. It's a heavy track, man. It's dark. It's kind of twisted. I love the fact that they throw French in because I didn't know what the hell they were saying, you know. But
oh God, you're not going to do the Sebastian Bach reference, are you?
No, I didn't know anything about it. What was it?
Remember that fucking documentary where he's just like, and then they speak French.
No. Fuck Sebastian Bach. No, but it is. It's super cool that they do plus ça change, plus c'est la même
chose.
Yeah, so killer. I think that this was a very difficult album for them to make. It was their most expensive album to make at that point. They were over in England. They recorded a bunch of stuff outside, which is interesting, using rotating mics and all kind of cool stuff. It just has this otherworldly quality. It will always be. I'm just going to blow my top 5. It is my number 1 album. It will always be my number 1 album. That will never, ever change.
Oh, it's this Rush trying to be Pink Floyd.
Well, go ahead. You're up. It's your turn to.
You know? I mean, that's kind of my take on it. It was the culmination of everything they had done up until that point, and it reached its pinnacle. Like, this is their prog masterpiece. And I'm glad that they didn't do another album like it. They changed the course because they couldn't. But I mean, this was
like, what do you do?
Yeah, this is their Animals. This is their, whatever. It's their Pink Floyd moment.
Yeah, it's their apex prog moment without question. And I don't think is there a cooler fucking 10-minute, almost 10-minute instrumental song that you can think of out there that just rocks the fuck out?
Oh, dude, and like the changes.
It's unbelievable.
I'm still confused by the arrangement of that.
Yeah.
There's that great footage of them playing that song at that time, but on a stage, kind of maybe sound check or rehearsal.
Sound checking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been on the DVD stuff. That is just amazing. Just watch them just roll that off, and then you think about the band that they were, 4 or 5 years prior.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The self-titled, that's the same band. That's where I think of them in Voivodian terms of constant change.
Yep.
3-4 leaps ahead where bands would take small increments ahead with every album. They were taking major leaps, and La Via Strangiato is the apex of that. So I didn't mean to cut into your commentary, John, but that's.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Oh, I'm pretty much done. But at the same time, I'm of the party that believes that after Hemispheres, Rush finally got really good.
You and Neil.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. I always cringed when he would say that in interviews, we just started to get going around moving pictures.
Say what? Yeah, right.
That's cool. It's whatever.
Okay, Jeff, what do you got on this album?
There's nothing I can add. It's a 10 out of 10 for me. It's very, very high up there for me. There's really nothing I can add. You guys have said it all. I love the trees. I love the parable and the sort of metaphor in there.
Oh yeah, big metaphor,
yeah. That works for me, and I'm not sure what I'd like to ask John what he finds goofy about it. Is it the lyric, or is it the music, or a little both? Or
it's the lyrics.
The lyrics really okay.
I think the
I
lyrics
think
are
musically it's such a beautiful tune.
I
Love
get
the
what he's trying to
acoustic
do.
guitar work.
Yeah, I mean, I get what he's trying to say there, and I get what he's trying to do with it. It's just it comes across very, there is unrest in the forest. There is trouble with the trees. It's just like, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Yeah, 10 out of 10 for me. I can't. There's nothing I can add. It really isn't. You guys have said it all, and thank you. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the other thing about that album. It sounds super warm.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has a very warm sound to it. The playing is immaculate. The soloing by Alex, I don't know, man. Like, Alex is a fucking sick ass guitar player, but some of those solos on those songs, I'm not sure he ever. I don't want to say he never did better, but I don't know if he ever did better. It's it's an album that I never, ever, ever, ever will tire of listening to. And I can't say that about a lot of albums. So, okay. Next up we got
The Bridge.
And by the way, that was that was again Rockfeld and Advision for the vocals. That was October 24, 78, and June and July of 78 recording. Again, Terry Brown. So yeah, now we're at this bad boy. John. No, let me start with Jeff this time, and then we'll go to you on the next one. Jeff?
Oh, I'm going?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, here we are in the string of just where I just get hyperbolic, and it's just a bunch of 10 out of 10s. This is a 10 out of 10. I often think of this album as, I call it three of a perfect pair, to use a Crimson thing. It's got your first two songs are kind of I'm not going to say radio, though we heard them a lot on radio. Just the ones that people tend to know, perhaps the more streamlined rocking songs. I think they're both 10 out of 10 songs. Then we have the prog ones. We have Jacob's Ladder and Natural Science. These are a pair to me. They seem like a pair. And then the third pair are the sort of like more sedate kind of balladic songs, Different Strings and Entre Nous, which I think are both just incredibly gorgeous. And I just, 6 songs. They're streamlining just a little bit now. But I do think of these as like there are 3 pairs here. Yeah. And I think it's a perfect album. If there wasn't another yet unnamed or untalked about album in their catalog that I hold in even higher esteem, this might be my favorite of all. We talked about the production on Hemispheres. I think it only gets better with this, even better with it, which seems impossible. But I think Terry Brown is kind of now the 4th member. He's adding as much of his voice into it as they are as musicians, I feel. And I just, goddamn, like, what can I say? Natural Science is a metallic prog
dude
killer. I mean, just one of the best ever. Jacob's Ladder, I love the slow climactic build, which reminds me of Countdown on Signals. It's still that pulsing slow build. You don't think anything's going on until you get to the middle and end, and then like, oh my God, we've got this fully formed, beautiful kind of mini epic here. And then again, those ballady songs, Entre Nous and Different Strings, are just gorgeous playing, especially through Different Strings. I think some of the guitar work throughout that is some of Alex's best. And then Free Will is that middle section of Free Will is infamous for those 3 going off at the exact same time. It's almost like fusion. Yeah. Yet because there's such a highly arranged and highly kind of sophisticated writing sort of band, it's not fusion, because fusion's a lot of improv. But the middle of Free Will always reminded me of, like, if Rush were fusion, this is how badass it would be. And then Spirit of Radio is just a really great and completely unusual song. Like, there's no other song like it in their catalog. I think, bringing in some of the reggae and then some of the crowd noise and all that sort of stuff that they're playing around with. It's a really fun, interesting song and an interesting comment on music itself. Great
that
way
was-
to open the record.
That was the Police influence, really.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
1979, the
yeah.
Roxanne thing and the
Yeah.
the Regatta de Blanc, and they were always listening to other music. They weren't just
They would
locked
show
in
that
on-
influence on the next 3 records too. Like Race Under Pressure even had Police still in it, you know.
Vital Signs.
But
Vital Signs.
yeah, it's 10 out of 10. That's all I have to say. It's fantastic. Again, more great artwork, great punning on the album title, Permanent Waves. Yeah.
And that cover is Galveston, 1961.
Is
I found the
Galveston, really?
Yeah, I found the actual photo of it.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's Hugh Sim right there, Hugh Syme.
Yeah.
And this girl, she's the girl that's on the cover here again. For
Yes. Yeah.
for that's my only original. Somehow I managed to keep that. I think I kept it for Brunsbane, of course, because Brunsbane rules. But yeah, go ahead, John.
I think it's interesting that Spirit of Radio gets a pass for its reggae section when Roll the Bones does not get a pass for its rap section.
You're really gonna go there.
Oh,
really
there's
gonna
the
go
can of
there,
worms. Can of worms just got open now.
Because
I don't think it's as egregious. You know what I mean? I don't think it's as like novelty sounding.
it is to me. It's very. I mean, that kind of ruins the song for me.
Oh,
For
wow,
I mean,
okay.
it's Spirit of Radio. That's like my least favorite song on this album. It gets better from that song, but it's just like it's weird that back then, them going into this reggae part, maybe because of the Police influence, it got a pass. But as soon as they did this sort of quasi rap thing on Roll the Bones, it was like, oh, what the fuck are they doing? I don't know. It's the same thing for me. Of this like very is like an assault of a complete other sort of influence suddenly just coming into the song.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I love this record. This is once again, this is like another bridge album, like Caress of Steel. It's very dark. I mean, I would say this is one of their darkest albums. I mean, everything from the artwork. I mean, even the fucking band photos are dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the first one at Le Studio,
Yeah.
which was in the Laurentian Mountains. Really sad. I don't know if you guys have ever followed the history of that. You should go check it out. It's kind of sad. It ended up somebody burned it to the ground and vandalized it, and it's immortalized for me in. I have this one too. It's immortalized in these albums for me, and there were other albums like Mind Crime. Some of Mind Crime was done there. Empire was done there. There's other albums that were done at Le Studio, but just those pictures, like John, that you just showed of the big studio window where they're looking out over the winter. They recorded it during the winter. I didn't say it was recorded September, October of 1979. Came out January 14th of 1980. Just kind of a bygone era, right?
Right. Yeah. Like these photos. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely from there. Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I love this record. I actually. I like the album more than Moving Pictures, actually.
Am I wrong? Did Alex have a perm kind of on there? I think he did. Sort of like wavy.
No, it was Hemispheres era.
Oh, that was Hemispheres. Oh, you're right. He got the perm during Hemispheres. That's right. Yeah.
This was before his rat tail.
Come on, man. You're not a real Rush fan. You don't know when Alex had a perm.
Oh, man, I know. But I know when he had fucking camel toe. I do know that.
Ooh,
so there you go.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm messing with you, man.
Yeah, this album charted at number 3 in Canada and UK, and number 4 in the States. By March of 1980, the album was certified gold for 500,000 copies sold. It became the fastest-selling Rush album up to that point before Moving Pictures in 81, which surpassed it the following year. It was later certified platinum in November of 87 for selling over 1 million copies. I mean, this is the album that suddenly lifted them into the big leagues of like massive bands where they could.
I don't know about that. I mean, it was getting there. I think Moving Pictures was the one that.
But this is the one where they started to make money. I mean, when they sold over 1 million, they didn't sell over 1 million until this album. So this is the first.
Reading Getty's. Yeah, sorry.
Well, this is the
I know
first
from reading Getty's book that they stopped traveling in kind of these modest little RVs,
right,
and really ramped it up on the Permanent Waves era with like a big bus. This is when they did start making a lot of money. Sure.
They started
Yeah.
making money. They didn't. They actually turned a profit on this tour. Is when they were actually in the black. So, yeah, man. Okay, so this is my first time seeing them live. Is on this tour, February. So like a few weeks after the album came out, and you gotta check this set list out, man. I think I've shared this with you, John. But what's crazy here is, okay, so this is Sam Houston Coliseum. They start out, they do parts 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. They skipped part 5, which is the Oracle. Then we get Free Will, By Tour, Full, Xanadu, Spirit, Natural, Passage of Bangkok. I remember that very well because I smoked my first doob. Well, it wasn't really my first doob that I ever smoked, but I smoked my first doob at a show, at a Rush show, pretty much during this show right here. And then see how we got Cygnus X1. We got book 2. Yeah, we got all that. So we did miss parts 2 and 3, but we got all the other parts. So I didn't get a full hemispheres there. Close to the Heart, Beneath, Between, Behind, Jacob's Ladder, Working Man, Anthem, Bastille, In the Mood, and the drum solo. It did not end on a drum solo. I don't know why they have it that way. I think it ended on, believe it or not, as I recall it, I swear to God, it ended on In the Mood. If I remember correctly.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Well, then you could leave and you knew you weren't getting, you weren't going to miss anything. So.
Well, at that time, I thought In the Mood was cool. It wasn't long after that I was like, yeah, it's not that cool. Yeah, so for me, I was in high school, my freshman year in high school when this came out. I had moved from Texas, where I saw Rush, back to Pennsylvania that fall. And, I was in love with this album. I still love this album. It's kind of a perfect album in many respects for me. I love Entre Nous. That's kind of like the sleeper track nobody ever talks about. The guitar work is amazing in it. The writing structure of it is fantastic. The melodies, they're just coming up with great songs. They're writing complex songs, but they're great. Free Will, like maybe that's Geddy's highest moment. Maybe, I don't know, along with, Cygnus, those two. Possibly Alex's most ferocious goddamn solo is on that song. It's just sick. I do love Spirit of the Radio. But my two tracks are Natural Science and Jacob's Ladder. The dark, the deep tracks, right? Fucking man, just Geddy's haunted vocals on the spiral pool section of Natural Science. So killer. It gets kind of light at the end and poppy almost. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. In the middle, you get that dun, 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 which is still fucking hard as shit to play on the guitar. The wheels within wheels in the spiral, just such great. And fucking Jacob's Ladder, man. I saw it on this tour and then never saw it again until the final tour with Neil when they broke it out. And I gotta say, man, I was choking them back. I was choking back tears because it's like, oh my God, I'm getting to see Jacob's Ladder again. Now I think they played it. Did they play it on one of the sets here, John?
I think maybe it's night 2.
I'm pretty sure they played it one night, I think.
Yeah.
Which I would love to have that, or Natural Science, whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah, so this is a 10 out of 10 album for me too, Jeff. It's just fucking perfect. All right. I guess John, start with this one.
Yeah, well, this is their debut album, according to Parrot. I mean, it's a masterpiece. I think I don't. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I don't return to it as much because the songs have been so overplayed. I mean, Tom Sawyer, I could care less. Red Barchetta is great, and Thought Industry did a great cover of it on their demo.
Yeah.
YYZ, is kind of the goofy song on this album. Limelight is one of my all-time favorite songs from them.
That solo, man. God.
Oh, good. And then the whole side too. I mean, all of those songs are fucking great in their own way.
Witch Hunt, man.
Oh, dude.
Camera Eye, man.
I love. And when they played, so I saw them in 2011 when they played this in its entirety, and I have this very distinct memory of Witch Hunt, and the lights like came down.
Yeah, they
And
did.
This thing.
Yep, they did. They did do that. Yep.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, this was the beginning of the art rock period that I love from them. This and Permanent Waves, but I mean, this from here on out, this is like my territory. So
Yeah.
Jeff, what do you got on this one?
A book, a lifetime, 100%er.
I hear you.
Hold on, I gotta grab my charger. My roadie's bringing it in. Thank you, baby.
Roadie.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
roadie.
My roadie.
mine-
Yeah, she's quite beautiful.
I actually just noticed mine pulled out of the plug. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
You don't need
Could you
water.
bring me a coffee, dear? Could you bring me a coffee, dear?
Yeah, he's up in Philly. You love Philly.
Oh, I love Philly.
It's a cool place.
Okay, so man, and there's a beautiful cat. Yeah, this is my favorite album of all time. Not just of Rush, but of all time. And I told you guys that story before about discovering Rush through Tom Sawyer and playing Centipede and having that awakening moment as a kid. And sometimes I wonder, is it just nostalgia, that's making me love this so much throughout the years? But no, it's not. It's because I've, like you guys too, I've delved so much with so much music. And I just continue to go back to this and think how perfect it is. Love every song. For me, Tom Sawyer never gets old. It still sounds fresh to me. And I think that's part of its magic for me, is something like that can still sound fresh. I think it's a perfect production. I think the writing and the performance is all just as good as they will ever get. I can't say enough about this album. It's my favorite album of all time. I love the artwork too. It's dark. It's the play on words of the actual movers moving the pictures. Then you have the witch burning at the stake, which is a comment on or a reference to Witch Hunt, or just, man, what can I say? I think it's absolutely perfect in every way. I even like how they kind of presage the coming era, the third era, with Vital Signs.
Yes.
Right? Because then we start getting into more of the Police influence, and just certainly something that's just more 80s. And I don't know if they knew that that's what they were doing with that final song, that they were going there. But despite just even that, I mean, I think Vital Signs is a really haunting, hypnotic, compelling track. I love it so much.
Yeah.
I love the message. Everybody needs reverse polarity. I mean, you can interpret that in a variety of ways, but as somebody who enjoyed and occasionally still enjoys altering his mind with various things, that was to me like a way, a very responsible and kind of intelligent way of approaching, cerebral enlightenment in different ways. You know what I mean? And that could be music. That could be be a long hike in nature, like whatever, reverse your polarity. Man, this album just still speaks to me. I'll go back to Tom Sawyer. What the fuck are those lyrics? You know what I mean? Like, I still am not sure I understand what it's about, but it doesn't really matter, because the mystery of that very played song is still there for me. It's still got a mystery to it. And I think it's just the nature of its composition. I couldn't say enough about that. I can say too much about this album, so I'll stop. Yeah.
It's such a
very,
clever,
very special to me.
It's such a clever lyric. I mean, it's every man and any man and no man all at one time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the complexity of the human condition, which Neil was pretty fucking fantastic at writing about in a lot of ways, because he was a complex guy himself. I mean, this album, unfortunately, this tour and the next tour, the two tours, I had to skip because I moved from Houston, Texas, back up to the Pennsylvania area. I don't live in Philly. I live about an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm about an hour north, hour and 20 minutes northwest.
Are you close to Lancaster?
I am in Lancaster.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, okay. Well, I used to live there when I worked at Relapse, right?
Not exactly, in case anybody wants to come and stab me in the face. I don't exactly live in Lancaster, but I live very close to Lancaster. Yes, I am a Lancastrian by birth. I live I actually
Okay.
live in the town I was born in '66. Moved away from the state, and then came back to and lived in other areas, but ended up back here. I take care of my 85-year-old father, who's unfortunately fading pretty hard now. So we're back. I am literally like I could walk to the hospital I was born in. It's not a hospital anymore. It's I don't even know what it is, like an office building. Yeah, that's where I'm at. And I think I told you, Jeff, I was in the original Relapse store in Millersville, Pennsylvania, back in, God, man, when did that open? Do you know, 86, 87? Or was it 90s?
90s.
90, 91?
But I think of it as an office they had the distro there.
It was a building with a bunch of different like it was a fairly new build near the college, near Millersville University, with the two guys that started were MU alum, I believe, or they were going to school there.
No, one of them Matt came from Colorado, but no.
Yeah, but wasn't he going to school in Millersville?
No.
Man, I could have swore he was. Well, how'd they end up there? Why'd they end up there? That's weird. That's another story.
Bill was in Millersville. Anyway, we're getting off the subject. I got to plug in my laptop.
Okay. So, yeah, I love this album. The Camera Eye is just fucking so incredible. I love the chords on it. I love everything about it. Again, a super warm, amazing production by Terry Brown and the band. They're now getting into more. They're getting into sequencer technology here with the synthesizers. With Vital Signs uses that sequencer bit, which I believe this is the first album. Maybe they had a little bit of it on
they're on Permanent Waves too.
Permanent Waves, maybe a little bit of sequencing on there, but yeah, man, it's perfect. Red Barchetta, what a fucking killer track, man! Good, so good, such great riffs. Yeah, I can still listen to Tom Sawyer. It's a bit played out, but I still love the song. Limelight, I still love it to death. You know, freaking Witch Hunt is still just a monstrously badass song. Yeah. And Vital Signs, which they did play one or two of the shows, is that deep track that you're like, oh my God, they're playing that. You know, it's like I've seen it once or twice before, but yeah. So a 10 out of 10, easy 10 out of 10. It's a landmark album, and it's the most important album to them in terms of their future financial solvability and their global kind of, I guess, dominance, if you want to go there. I don't know if that's the right way to put it, but their global profile just shoots into the stratosphere with this album. It is not an album I got to see them on, and I did not get to see them on the next album, which is this album. It wasn't until Grace that I got to start going to every album, every show since Grace Under Pressure. I've been to multiple shows. These shows in Philly for me will be number 37, 38, and 39.
Wow.
Or no, I'm sorry, 37, 38. Yeah. I've got 36 in, so I'll have 39 at the end. There are guys that make me look like beginners, though. There's guys that have like 100+ shows. I'm like,
yeah, I'm friends with the guys 100+. It's
how the fuck can you afford that? But okay. Yeah. All right. So who was first for this one? I think Jeff, you are.
I'll go. Another total favorite. I'd call that, if not a 10 out of 10, maybe a 9.75 out of 10. Loved it when it came out. And I appreciated the change. I think Subdivisions we kind of lost you. You're here?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to turn I didn't want you to see my leg. Sexy ass
Subdivisions,
leg.
I remember when that came out, you know, a lot of people saw the video as their kind of their first exposure to this album, and you know, the shock of like Alex's hair being all weird and new wavy, and you know, they were clearly changing, and it was way more synths than we were used to. But I think they just successfully jumped to their next era again. This is now the third era. And I mean, just what a great album. Subdivisions is an incredible opener. I find this album pretty much all the way through to be cold and emotional. Like, yeah, if those things kind of seem disparate, or it's like, what's that?
You find it cold?
A bit.
Weird.
Yeah, a bit.
I find it to be one of their warmest albums.
Really?
Yeah,
Wise.
I find it warm too, but I definitely get the emotional impact. There's a lot of real nostalgic. These are now guys that are in their 30s, mid to late 30s, I believe, right? Probably. Let's see,
I'd say early 30s.
early 30s. So they've
Yeah.
now jumped out of, they were teenagers essentially when the band started to their ascent, and they were in their 20s when the band started to really pick up steam, and now they're in their early to mid 30s, and suddenly like shit, okay, you start to see the hourglass get turned a little bit, and you start looking at things like the lyrical content for Subdivisions could be any of us three. I know I ran around at the mall trying to pick up girls, never happened ever.
You talk about nostalgia, like Analog Kid, like
Oh,
the boy
dude.
pulls down his baseball cap and covers up his eyes. Not only is that a great lyric, but the Getty's voice on that always gives me chills. It gives me chills to even
that
say it.
chorus in that song
Yeah.
makes me
Yeah.
want to cry like a baby because it takes me somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know how I'd get there otherwise. You know what I mean?
And I love Losing It. I think that's a very sad and really dreary song. Like, Fate's Warning built a career on that. That really, Perfect Symmetry, Nothing Left to Say, just that everything, nothing's going well, never will go well. We're all doomed. But I love that. It's a beautiful thing. And the Weapon's great. The Weapon's got some excellent drum syncopation.
Oh, yeah.
I love Countdown. I love the build of that. It's suspenseful. And I think, Digital Man is cool. New World Man is the one that I had trouble with at first, but I've come to really like a lot. Chemistry's great. Yeah, I've named them all. I've successfully named them all.
Yep.
They're all great, all of them. And I think the coldness for me is maybe just the switch in production. You're not getting as much of the warm guitar tones, and maybe that's what I equate with coldness. But honestly, this is a very emotional ride, and I reach for this one all the time.
Yeah.
Just very enduring album. Yeah.
Yeah, this for me. So it's a nice studio album. Came out September 9th, 1982. Recorded April through July of 82 at Les Studios in Morin Heights, Quebec. Again, Terry Brown. It is the last Terry Brown album?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Which is weird. I don't know if you guys saw the Rick Beato. Fuck you, Rick Beato. Fuck you, man. That should have been my interviews of Terry Brown. But anyway.
But you turned it down. I don't understand.
I had a lot going on, man. I was busy, bro. I got shit going on. I was riding bike and hiking, and come on.
You had to wash your hair. At least today.
Rain, man. Yeah, dude, this album 9.75 out of 10. And the only reason I'm not as giant fan of Countdown. I like the song a lot. I think there's a lot of stuff interspersed in it. I don't need to quite hear all the chatter, and I know what it was about. They went down to watch the Challenger launch and all that.
Was it the Challenger?
Maybe it was the other one. Whatever. I think it was a Challenger. Yeah.
I guess it would have been because it was like 82.
Yeah.
82.
Blew up in 86, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or 85, something like that.
86.
Man, Subdivisions. I don't care how many times I hear it. I don't care. I want to hear it again. I love this song like fucking air. The Analog Kid, that chorus section is so fucking moving for me. It's so intense. Like you move me with your buildings and your eyes. The keyboards are so perfect behind it. And that song always makes me think of, man? It makes me think of when I was a kid going out and playing in like on a winter day, and the sun's starting to go down, and you're out kind of walking through like a cornfield in Pennsylvania somewhere, and you're just looking at the bigness of the world going, wow, like this is so, you know what I mean? It's just like a world of wonder. Chemistry, super thick with great synthesizers, great guitar stuff on it that's interspersed all over. I love the guitar stuff, the arpeggios that Alex plays here. Digital Man, kind of funky, a little bit of reggae in there, a little bit of the great song. The Weapon, probably my, honestly, it's probably my favorite overall song. The lyrical content, man. Read the lyrics to The Weapon. It's all about what's going on today. and what's sadly been going on with politicians and the usury of corporations, and just that it's, you know, it's there. Neil was super astute at this kind of stuff. New World Man, I don't love it. I saw they broke it out for one show. I'm okay with it. I don't love it. It's kind of the one track that's probably the one song I'm kind of, they were really trying to shoot for a radio hit here. I don't hate it. I don't, you know, it's probably an 8 out of 10 on a 10 to 10 scale. And I love Losing It, man. Ben Mink of the band, the Canadian band FM.
Yeah.
That fucking violin solo is better than any guitar solo that ever would have been on there. They were very wise to go that route. He did play some, he did do that, I think, in the final tour, right?
Yeah.
He came out in Toronto and did that song with them.
And then Peter Dinklage's brother did he did the LA show.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Love the artwork too. So iconic, so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually really like that logo.
Yeah, that's a good logo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a cool logo. Yep. John. This is a 9.75, like I said.
I mean, you guys have already covered everything.
Okay.
I mean,
that's why I switch it around a little bit, so we at least all jizz a little bit.
I'm trying to think of anything else that I can add to it. I mean, yeah, Losing It is probably that's one of my favorite songs on this album. And the Analog Kid, that fucking guitar solo. We were Agalloch was on tour in, I think, 2011. We were in New Hampshire and we were listening to this album in the van, and that guitar solo came on, and Don had never heard this, and he was just like, "What the fuck? This is so weird. That doesn't sound right."
Yeah, well,
and it's like, yeah, that's the point, man. But yeah.
So now, Gary, do you really have to do that, asshole? So you can leave now, okay? You don't know what I stand for. I just stand against anything that is Trump. So you can leave. Show yourself out. And not only that, we talked about Neil and Ayn Rand, and it's not exactly what you say. You think you know. So
I've
Gary,
read 2 Ayn Rand books, and I think they're great. But I some of her beliefs I'm on board with, and some I'm not. And I doubt that Neil was like a total, Ayn Rand disciple. I mean, I think he was too much of a free thinker, like probably
and
most
that
of
guy,
us. You know?
that Gary Joyce guy there, I think it's William, the guy that comes in with different names. He likes to cheat into my chats here, and he knows I'm a Trump hater. I don't make any apologies.
He strikes me as a non-free thinker.
Yeah, he's a non-free thinker. And so you can stay away. Eric, if you're here, Psychic Vacuum, please, Gary Joyce, get rid of that guy if he comes back in.
We don't need any sheep.
I don't need that. Yeah. Anything else, John? Or should we move on?
We can move on.
Okay. All right. Well, then you can start this one.
Well, yeah, Grace Under Pressure.
You better be kind. It could get ugly.
Japanese edition.
He's got the Japanese edition with the obi. Woo.
Yeah, and original.
What a geek.
And I have a test pressing of this too.
God, what a geek.
I know, right?
Although before you start though, Getty, what the hell were you thinking, dude?
You want to make fun of the back of 2112, man.
Dude, with those ears, Getty, why did you do that?
It only gets worse. I mean, power windows.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
By the way, hold on one sec. Hey, Eric, it's not the same Gary Joyce because Gary Joyce actually passed away like about a month ago out of the blue. So it's not the same guy. It's got to be William. So get rid of him. Sorry, go ahead, John.
This album, very dark album, but I hate the production. I think it's so thin. I
love the production, man.
Very tinny. The guitar tone is just like,
I love
it. It's heavily, keyboard driven. It sounds like an electronica record more than a rock record, which is probably much to the ire of Alex Lifeson. Let's see. Okay, Distant Early Warning, amazing. After Image, fucking great. I love how in the video it's uncut for like the first 2 minutes. They don't.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, if you watch the video, it's uncut.
Oh wow!
Like it just travels around.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that. Wow.
Red Sector A, great song. Okay, so my issue with this album is Kid Gloves, because that song could have been the best song on the album, but they ruined it with the chorus.
No, I know you both feel this way about this song. I don't buy
That
it.
guitar riff and that drum pattern is so awesome. I used to play that all the time on the drums, that drum pattern that he plays. And I love that guitar riff. It's almost Voivodian in a way. Yeah. But then they get to the chorus. I mean, even the bridge is great too. But then they get to the chorus and it just changes to this like uplifting. It sounds lazy to me. It sounds like they didn't know what to do with the chorus, so they just kind of just did whatever. I could be wrong.
I love that track, but I love that track. So,
and unlike you, I actually really like Red Lenses, because that's such a strange song for them.
It's a strange song in their catalog. It's a very strange song. Just the way it's kind of just the whole rollout of it's very unique for them. It's not a typical thing
red.
Yeah, that's cool. And the guitar sounds really killer on that. It's super phased, and he's got like probably some flanging in there because it's kind of got
lots of chorus, lots of flange.
A lot of chorus. See, that's why I love this album, because it's like Alex really went fucking overboard on the Lexicon PCM digital delays, and he went nuts with all the washy chorusy stuff. I mean, he's been using chorus and delay and stuff since the mid 70s, but now he went kind of supercharged on it. And I'm curious, Jeff, what's your thoughts on the production of the album?
John's right. It is thin. It does kind of sound like an electronica album type thing. It's cold, but I think it works for the material. I mean, I think that the vibe that they're going for with a lot of the writing, I think it works. I mean, we didn't mention Between the Wheels yet. That's, to me, the best song on the album. I think it's incredible. Yeah. I love when they brought it back for around the Vapor Trails tour era, I think. But
they brought it back in 2013 too.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a great song. I agree about Kid Gloves. Just don't like that one little part in it. It's sort of the New World Man on this album, where I love the album. It's a 9.75 album. It's one of the greats. Yeah, and this is one that I've come to like. For me, it was Fly By Night to Signals for the longest time, and then like Grace Under Pressure has really moved in there in that top tier of what I consider the Rush great stuff. It's right up there. I think it's fantastic. I thought it was brave of them to work without Terry Brown. Of course, I really wish they would have kept Terry, because there was nothing wrong there. But I'm sure that but love the album, love the cover. Don't love the ear on the back cover. Other than that, though, the cover is amazing.
So cool looking, man.
One of the best album covers.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And another one where it looks like it sounds like when I listen, I see the cover. If I'm not looking at it, I see it anyway. But yeah, just another. I mean, here they are, sounding nothing like the Caress of Steel era Rush, but it's still Rush, right? It's amazing how far they've come in 10 years. Unbelievable. So.
It sounds like I remember the 80s being.
Well, it sounds like the Cold War, because a lot of this is relative to the Cold War and the technological advances that were starting to happen in our lives. You know, I mean, you're talking 1984, you're talking, things like Betamax players and VHS players, and, CD players are about to come out. I mean, it's the whole technology, the creep of home computers is looming. It's not there yet, but it's looming, right? It's 7 years away, right? 8 years away.
It's weird though, because it's like that album, when I listen to it, it sparks a memory that doesn't really exist, but it just like when I listen to that album, I see basically riding in a car at night in the 80s, and it's that feeling of being young in the 80s.
Yep.
And it's like the world seems like massive, but at the same time you don't have any responsibilities, so there's that whole, like, I don't know, Stranger Things thing, I guess, of being a kid in the 80s, and that's what it really reminds me of when I listen to it.
See, now for me, this is the first Rush show I drove to. I actually had a car. This is 1984. I had just graduated high school. I was in my first year, Yeah, I was in my first year of college at Millersville, and this was like huge freedom for me. Like now I can go where I want to go and do what I want to do. And hey, I can do dumb shit like drink and drive, and I can drink beers while I'm going to the show and get fucked up in the parking lot. Yeah, not a smart thing to do, kids, but yeah, man. Me and my friend Jim Lefevre went to this show, and it was November 5th, 1984. I remember just when for some reason, Witch Hunt stands out to me big time on this one. They had the guys from SCTV, I think it was, right? Wasn't it the Second City Television guys?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There were all the actors in there and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, just absolutely killer. I love every song on here. This one, it almost made my top 5. It was like right on the cut. This album is super evocative to me. I love the production because it's cold, because it's alien, because it's almost, it's almost the Body Electric kind of encompasses the sound of this thing. It's just got this super saturated. I mean, those chords, down, 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 and then that giant saturated chorusy down, down, down. For Body Electric, man. Every time I hear that, I just get fucking super excited. Like, you're talking about Alex's camel toe getting me hard. No, it's that guitar tone on this album. That's what gets me hard. Yeah, I fucking love this album. Red Sector A, always a fucking mega banger. Some of Alex
lyrics in that song are fucking dark.
Well, again, we're talking about dystopian society. That's it. Yeah. Dystopian. This album, is dystopian. Yeah. It sounds dystopian. It is dystopian. Yet it's incredibly forward thinking, like you said, Jeff. Because Neil's. Someone mentioned in the chat that Neil was always on listening to a lot of different genres of music, and maybe perhaps bringing influences into the band. Read the book Traveling Music, clearly. By the way, I forgot one big thing. Oh, I did show your book. Sorry, never mind. I was thinking I didn't. Yeah, 9.75. I don't even know why I docked the 0.25 off. It probably doesn't mean anything. I love Kid Gloves. You guys can fuck off. Between the Wheels. Interesting note about that song. It's the first song Alex did a drop D tuning on. He never was a drop tuner, and he actually detunes down to drop D on that. He does it on a few others, more in recent times. Stick It Out was a big
sure.
one too. All right, we are at Power Windows. Jeff, you want to take this one?
Yeah, this is to me where
Careful.
Rush.
Careful.
I know. Well, I'm gonna speak my truth, man.
I know.
Yeah. I got somebody bearing down on me over there in Portland. It is where they stopped making records that I was crazy about, and even like I said, I've revisited and gotten more into the late '80s and '90s stuff later. After years after release. There's the hair. There's that hair.
That is a main
look. We're thick in the '80s, though. Of course, it's going to look like that.
He's got the rat tail too.
That's 1981.
Sure.
This is 85, right? This is
this is 85.
85.
But it's still not a record that I love. It's weird. I've listened to it a ton, of course, over the years, and I find some of the songs I still couldn't recite them to you the way I can so much other Rush stuff. That I just find like Territories, I don't think it's very memorable. Like I couldn't tell you how that goes. And I've listened to this a ton, and maybe it's me, maybe it's something in my synapses that's not working. But I will tell you that the two that are absolutely incredible on this album to me are Mystic Rhythms and Marathon. Marathon is when Marathon makes that key change, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. Like if you know this album and that song, and it just gets higher. It's beautiful. I mean, it's one of the most glorious things in Rush's discography. So look, even on an album I don't love, they have things that make this my favorite band. I've come around to Middletown Dreams a good bit. Is it? Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Middletown Dreams is my favorite song on the album.
That one's really good.
Well, no, but okay.
Most of the album I've come around. The album has risen for me over the years, where I'll give it maybe a low 7 out of 10 at best.
Ooh,
But big money, I just don't like. Just
I
don't
love
like it.
that track.
I get that.
Just
I
don't
love
like it.
I love it. I love the crazy overuse of the synth on this album too. It kind of goes to the extreme with the next album based on the production more than anything.
Right.
But oh man, go ahead, John.
It's number 3 in my top 5. It's a masterpiece.
It's high up there.
I mean, Big Money is kind of a weak song for me, and it's overplayed. But Grand Designs, Manhattan Project, Marathon, Territory, the whole side B, and honestly, for me, Emotion Detector.
Killer song.
That is the song that I wish they would have played live. I've seen all of this album.
They've never
live,
played that live, I don't think.
and I don't know why. I'm gonna have to text Annika and say make them play that song. Mystic Rhythms, one of the most interesting videos they've ever put out.
Yeah.
That video's just gnarly, man. It's just creepy and cool. And here's the other thing. On vinyl, this is the original pressing. This sounds amazing. It sounds so much better than the CD. I don't know why. You know, it's like they got all the cold synths and stuff, but they managed to get that bass in, that low end down in there, and the guitars just sound really good. The tones are great. I love
it. Sounds better than Grace Under Pressure, I think, production wise.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree. Peter Collins on the production here. They recorded this a bunch of different places. The Manor, that's what you would think of. The Manor in Oxfordshire, Sarm East, Angel Studios, Abbey Road 2, Air Studios in Montserrat.
Wow,
so they had
all over the place.
Big budgets here for this. Peter Collins is the guy. Peter Collins done tons of huge names. And they had Andy Richards and I didn't know this, but they actually had Andy Richards, who's been on everything from Frankie Goes to Hollywood to tons of 80s records. He actually does some keyboards and programming on here. I don't think I knew that, or maybe I didn't remember it, but
and yet again, another great album cover. How many great album covers in a row is this?
Yeah.
So cool.
Awesome.
And so also, I'm sorry, Sparky. When you saw them play Marathon, did they do the explosion?
What do you mean?
Oh, there's a part of the song where it's like a shot in the dark.
Oh yeah. They do that.
Every time it like scared the shit out of me.
And they would do it with they had the backdrop of the laser guys running and all that stuff like that. They were big into lasers at that era. Interesting note about this. I'll make it fairly quick. This album is going to be in my top 5. It's one that kind of snuck back in after a long time. I love Big Money, so fuck you both. I don't really care what you think. Grand Designs, I love the A to B that at the it's so cool at the end. Manhattan Project is great. That's I think the first time they used real strings. I think I could be wrong, but I think so. Unless they had them on, they might have had them on Camera Eye. Marathon, just fucking banger of a track. Just Alex is playing on Marathon is so sublime. It's sublime all the way on this throughout this album. He's like picking places to come in and drop in these beautiful nuggets of explosions of arpeggios and solos and just his tones on here. While many people would say, well, the guitar's kind of disappeared. I completely disagree with that.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of guitar in here.
All over the place.
It's amazing guitar. Mystic Rhythms, dig it. I'm with you, John. They've never done a motion detector. I would love to see it. Territory. See, this album, I know every note too. Interesting note about this. Got tickets for both nights in Philly, back-to-back nights, because one of my new loves and one of my top 5 favorite bands of all time, Marillion, was going to be opening for them. I get to the show. Marillion's not opening for them. Blue Oyster Cult for Revolution by Night is opening. I'm sorry, not Revolution by Night. I hang on.
Club Ninja.
Club Ninja.
That's not fine.
That's not fine at all.
That's not fine. Yeah.
There's one good song on that
Revolution's
album.
fine. Club Ninja not fine.
Yeah, it was not fine at all. And I was pissed. It turns out that Marillion had left the tour in New York 3 nights before. So I never got to see Marillion with Fish. Got to see him without Fish. Got to see Fish several times without Marillion. But my one opportunity to see them here, I did not get to see them. So I love this album. I got to be honest with you. It's a 9.95 out of 10. I don't even know why I'm docking 0.05. It's amazing.
Probably
album.
because of Big Money.
No, Big Money's fucking killer, man. And just a little known tip for you guitar players out there. Big Money is actually played in F standard. It's up one tone. It's not played in E.
Yeah,
Because, you didn't know that?
I did know that.
Yeah, because why? The harmonics.
The keyboards, right?
No, the harmonics.
Oh,
You get the super chimey, ringy, resonant harmonics.
Oh,
So-
all right. That's cool.
So there you go. Okay, moving on to Hold Your Fire. John, I'll let you go first on this one because I know you like this album a lot.
underrated record.
Let me just run through September 8th, 87, recorded in April 87. Again, Manor, Air, Montserrat, blah, 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 McClear Place in Toronto. Again, this is Peter Collins.
I love Force 10, Prime Mover. Lock and Key is probably the best song on the album. And I actually really like High Water. But I mean, I love the atmosphere of this record. This is another really dark 80s synthy album by them.
Very synth.
It reminds me of like a bygone era when I was a kid of dark, like the dark 80s. I love it. I think it's great. The only problem, the design of this album is weird because like the cassette had this guy, it had a picture of this guy like juggling fire.
Juggling the fireballs, yeah.
But the vinyl doesn't have that, and neither does
Really?
the CD. Yeah, I've got
Original or is that original?
this is original. Yeah, I've got all 3 versions. And, oh no, it does. Okay, so the CD doesn't have it.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
CD
it doesn't.
This is the CD. This is the
I
original.
got a
Maybe
different
the
version.
original press of the CD didn't, because
No, it
back
was
then
like
booklets were kind of spare.
No,
you
this
know?
this is an original. This is an original.
Weird.
Okay,
Mine
all right.
doesn't have
Well,
it. But anyway,
maybe you have
maybe
the
the
Columbia
weird-
House version, John. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, you got the cheap ass version.
this doesn't have the band photos though that are on the cassette.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's right here.
yeah, those. Yeah.
That was when Getty went with the bouffant hairdo.
He looks
with
like he's got a raccoon on his head.
a raccoon. He's like wearing one
Dead
of those
raccoon on his head.
Daniel Boone coonskin hats or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
He also went to the Wall bass on this. The
I don't.
Wall.
Yeah. Actually, I think he was playing the Wall on Power Windows too.
I don't think so. I think it was this one, but I could be wrong.
I thought I saw a video. I thought it was the Big Money.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. In Big Money, he's playing a Wall. You're
Yeah,
right.
he's playing a Wall.
Yep.
I am not offended by Tyshawn. I don't understand why everyone hates that song so much.
I don't either. I don't
hated
get the
I
hate for it.
I hated it for a long time. Getty still doesn't like that song. At least he
Yeah,
said.
but what does Getty know?
I don't know. Fuck that guy. But I will say it's
You should have
grown
kicked him
on-
out a long time ago.
You should have, bastard. What's that guy do? What's that guy do in the band, anyways? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
He's
right?
a chump, man. He doesn't do anything.
He's just the singer.
Yeah, I don't hate Ty Shan anymore. I did at one point in time. I hated this album when it first came out, like Jeff. I did not
Same.
like this album at all. I didn't even like Force 10 that much because of the do da do do, the electronic drumming thing. I was like, man, that shit's so lame. Why is this great drummer using a? He had already been doing that since
Yeah,
back.
he's
on
been doing that for years before.
Grace was the first album that he switched over to, but yeah, this album, I don't know. So yeah, it was Grace. Jeff, what's your take on this? Because you and I were kind of similar in our.
Yeah, like you, I didn't like it at first. I dismissed it. I think it was the first album by them I didn't buy. I think I'd heard the single and heard somebody's copy and just I'm over them now, and but I'm glad I went back to it when I did because I think it's brilliant. Actually, I love Turn the Page now. I love Open Secrets. I love Prime Mover. I love Lock and Key is incredible. And the thing about
that drum solo in that fill.
Yeah, there's still every bit the proggy, versatile, acrobatic Rush, but they're just kind of compartmentalizing it a little bit. And the thing we've been talking about with Alex being, I think Jeff called him sublime. He's sublimated. Like, he's trying to find ways to work into this new thing with, a lot of keyboards taking center stage of the songwriting. But what I think happens on Hold Your Fire is where he finds places to play and the choices he makes on what he's playing, they're brilliant. And in fact, I think in a lot of places on this album, they're just fucking weird. Like, you listen to some of the solos and you're like, nobody else would have come up with that there. Nobody else would have thought to do that there. You know what I mean? Like, he's making these really interesting choices. And it's the thing I think that really got me to listen to this album again. Now I look at it more as a whole, but I do really appreciate Alex's work on this, because I think this is his biggest challenge as a guitarist in Rush, is this album, because this is as far as they went with the synth era, right? They really never took it further than this. And I think that was the big challenge for him, was to find where and how to play. And he does a brilliant job. So I'm glad I've come around to this album, and it really works for me really well. It's and then I have to be, I'll be honest, like the next couple albums I think are pretty dismal. And so this is kind of that in that nice pocket for me where I can hang on to this one. So
he's clenching his butthole right now.
I have a lot of good things to say about Presto, actually, but
I have some good things to say about Presto, and then I roll the bones, forget it.
Well, why don't we do that?
All right, so real quick on me, Open Secrets, man. What a killer track, man. And great, like you said, the solo on that song is like not a typical solo. It's not a pentatonic thing. It's kind of a weird. He just gets in and starts fishing around. It does really cool shit. I even like Time Stands Still. I think it was brilliant to pull in Amy Mann. It was very cool of them to have her sing 4 nights in a row and the shows in LA. Second Nature is a beautiful ballad. It's really epic in scope. And Under Lock and Key, yeah, man. Interesting note, during the Test for Echo tour, which was their first night of no openers, they just played 2:45 of Rush. They came out, and I don't know if Geddy hadn't done something was up. He didn't check a patch on his synth or something, and they started the fucking song. You know how it starts with that ba 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 ba, da da da. He started in the totally wrong key, like he either hit the wrong chords or something. It was like, whoa, they're live. You know what I mean? Like back then, you started to wonder in the 80s with the sequencing and stuff. Mission's fucking beautiful, man. What a beautiful song. Turn the Page, probably my second favorite song there, man. That bass riff, da, 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 it's so killer. So yeah, great album. It's still in the middle of my pack, but this used to be at the very bottom, and in recent years, it's risen way, way, way up. The production is still very synthy, and as you said, Jeff, it's the synthiest they ever got. They start to go the other way after this album. So after that album, you get this Show of Hands live album. We haven't really been showing them. When was this one after? Was this after
Moving Pictures?
Yeah,
Moving Pictures.
Oh, it was
after Moving Pictures. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Moving
because they were doing 4-4-4.
That's right.
Yep. And the only really cool thing, the uncool thing about this is they whitewashed all the fucking audience out of it. It's not very live. It's very cleaned up. But the cool thing about this album and why I kept it is Brunsbane. If you don't know Brunsbane, you should go listen to Brunsbane right now. Well, after this is over. All right. Where are we at?
We're in my wheelhouse.
I think we know where we're at.
Here we go.
Suddenly John Haughm is fully engaged and erect. All right, so this is Presto, and it comes out in November 17th, 89, recorded June through August of 89. I've been jumping around on this. The Studio and McClear Place. They came back to the home country. And this is Rupert Hine, which is interesting because The only thing I know about Rupert Hine is that and I don't know about you guys. Do you know much about Rupert Hine?
I know that he's dead.
Well, he is dead. He died. But he did stuff with Saga, The Fix, Kevin Ayers, Tina Turner, Howard Jones, Krista Berg, Suzanne Vega. So he was kind of that 80s, late 80s, early 90s age of doing stuff.
He
actually has
cocaine production.
You should know this, Mr. Jeff Wagner, music aficionado guy. He has a track on the Steven Wilson retrospective thing. What's that called? The 4 CD.
Oh, Intrigue.
He has a song on there, and I forget the damn name of it, but it's a killer fucking track.
Yeah,
man.
he worked as a solo artist for a little while as well. It's pretty good
stuff. That song is viciously cool. I'll have to look it up while you're talking, but yeah. So
the Intrigue comp is fantastic, by the way.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it is. I have that. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, John. We'll let you go on this one because I know this is your glory, right? Here.
This album. This is my favorite Rush album. Period. Number one at the top. And what's funny is
the 5 at the end thing, but go ahead.
Apparently, this is Mike Portnoy's least favorite.
It is his least favorite album,
and that's why I will never meet him and talk to him about Rush.
I mean, you hear that, Mike Portnoy? John Hall told you, man.
What's funny too is so I've got this album on. I've got 2 CD versions of this. I got the original and I got the remaster. I've got 2 cassette versions of it.
Jeez.
And I have this vinyl version of it that I actually found on tour in 2000. I think it was 2012 in Raleigh, North Carolina. We were playing. It was the Agalloch tour, and we were playing a venue that was kind of close to this record store that I had gone over to, and I found this. It was original. It was still sealed, and it still had the original 80s price sticker
or something. Yeah.
And they honored it. It was like $7.99.
Wow. Oh, really? Fuck.
Wow.
And so
because I just saw that in a record store locally here 2 weeks ago on a bike ride. I stopped in at this place. It was $80 for a. Open
I believe it.
It was, but this was sealed. And I remember that night on stage, I talked for a while about this.
Man, dude, I'm sure every Agalloch
chagrin of many Agalloch fans don't even care.
They're like, what the fuck?
This guy was black metal. What the fuck, dude?
This is one of those albums that, if you listen to Pale Folklore and then you listen to this album, you'll hear just how much I ripped off this record.
Wow.
My guitar solos.
And I'm trying really hard to figure that one out, but go ahead. Okay.
The guitar solo in Available Light.
Okay.
If you listen to Available Light and you listen to the guitar solo at the end of As Embers Earth the Sky, the second part of the song where it's fading out, it's the same fucking guitar solo.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
We should mention one thing.
What?
Real quick. The Hold Your Fire was the last album with Mercury. Their deal went out and they decided to leave. Mercury wanted to keep them, but they decided to leave and they went with Atlantic here. And they were actually putting pre-production demos together for this album before they actually signed to a label.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah,
hang in there, buddy. I'm trying to force it down the pipeline. I know you're fading, but hang in there. Okay. We still have some good stuff to do here.
All right. So yeah, the whole side B of this record is a masterpiece. I'm not as big into Superconductor, but once they go Anagram from Mongo, Red Tide,
Red Tide's great,
fucking amazing. Hand Over Fist, a little weak with the lyrics, but man, what a great song. Available Light, amazing song, probably my favorite Rush song of all time. And there's so many elements of that song that I have ripped off as a musician. That once again, if you listen to Agalloch and you think about later Rush, you're gonna hear all of these elements.
I think Available Light is probably one of the most unique tracks.
Oh, dude,
we don't get much like that until maybe The Garden later on.
Yeah,
where it's just got this sort of, I don't know, man, like an otherness quality to the writing that wasn't there in their more standard sort of thing, right? Yeah, that's the kind of the standout track of this album. That's like, whoa, what doesn't sound like the rest of this album.
Yeah. But it's such a melancholic record.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It fits the album cover. The album cover's got this almost like Bergman-esque black and white.
I love
It's kind of whimsical, but kind of not. And when I saw them in 2011, they played Presto, the song Presto. And the visuals that they had with that were like these old timey videos of like, it was kind of in theme with magicians and stuff. And it had this melancholy to it that I can't really explain if you weren't there, but it fit the whole vibe of this record. The album is very sad.
Wait, how old were you here, John? Were you 14?
2011.
Oh, 2011. Oh, I thought you said when this album
When they played the song Presto, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Presto is I love Available Light, but Presto is my favorite song on here. There's something about it that just is nostalgic. It's kind of like
it's bittersweet.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm leaving behind childhood.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing that's left is a casket soon,
Right.
But it's magical. I mean, just the name itself. I mean, it's a beautiful song. Yeah. Jeff, how about you? What's your...
Well, I mean, I got off on the wrong foot with it because it was after Hold Your Fire, and I was already feeling I was off the Rush train, and I didn't like Show Don't Tell, but I do like it a lot now. When it came out, I didn't care for it. I still to this day have a problem with the production. I find it to be cold in a bad way. It's a little brittle. It's actually very brittle sounding, and maybe that adds to the melancholy. I can kind of maybe hang with you on that. I think I see that. But I don't like Superconductor. I've never really liked Presto, the song. Maybe I should go back. Available Light is the thing that got me back into at least listening to this album and giving it a chance, and then discovering Red Tide, which is incredible. What I liked about it, Available Light, well, I like many things about Available Light, but even though I loved Hold Your Fire and Grace Under Pressure and all that, I was kind of missing Geddy's high voice. I love his really high register, and Available Light, you get it. He's up there again in that chorus where it just everything breaks off and in the available, like he's really singing. He's singing high again, and so it's again, this is not my least favorite Rush album, but and I do like it a lot more than I used to. But I hope maybe I'll keep growing with it. And I don't want to sound like I'm just trying to be diplomatic, but I have come to like it more and more over the years. So perhaps there's even more for me there. I don't think I'll ever like Superconductor. I don't think I'll ever like the line, if I could wave my magic wand. It's a little Faye or something for me. And I like some Faye-esque prog, man. Don't get me started, but it's good, man. I mean, the good stuff on here is good. I just have a problem with the brittle production, which is probably why I don't go back that often. I can't find a great sounding copy of this. Maybe one doesn't exist. I don't know.
The remastered CD sounds really good.
Okay. The Pass is good. I was so glad they brought that back. I think in the Vapor Trails era. That's a good tune. Warpaint, I could take or leave, I suppose. And I never really heard this as melancholy, but again, this is probably one of my least listened to Rush records, so I'll have to go back.
It's got a nostalgia to it. Maybe because I have a nostalgia connection to it.
Yeah,
sure.
Always happens. I mean,
but to me, they're so good at nostalgia. We were talking about Analog Kid. They're so good at nostalgia.
I mean, I have the same. There's the same kind of feeling that I have with this album that I have with Nothing Face, and I think it is because of nostalgia.
I had the same thing with this. Yeah, exactly. Even though I actually could say that I probably like Angel Rat better than Nothing.
Me too.
But I mean, it's definitely a nostalgia thing. I like you, Jeff. I'm probably in my early 30s when this comes out. Let's see,
89
or 89. So what the fuck am I? Yeah, I'm like 28, 29, almost 30. And I didn't like it much at all. I liked Show Don't Tell. I liked The Pass. That was kind of it. I thought the rest of it was really weak, poppy, radio friendly Rush. And I was like, man, like you put it best. Like, I think I moved on past this band. And I really harrowingly thought, oh my God, is it over? Like, is my love affair with this band over? How is that happening? It can't happen. I can't let that happen. So of course I went to 2 shows. Was fucking violently sick on the way to this show. I had to pull over many times and puke. And I found the only way to get over my whatever was plaguing me was to drink a lot of shitty Molson beer. But anyways, that's, yes, I was that guy. I really like this album a lot now. It's risen quite a bit in the pantheon of Rush albums for me. I do love Presto a lot. I love Chain Lightning, man. I love.
We didn't mention that. That's good out. That's a good song.
Yeah, relax. Sun. I love the part. Sun. I can't remember the words on media. I'm getting all my lyrics confused, but that is fantastic. The past, the lyrical stuff about the S word. I don't know if we're allowed to say that. Is amazing.
Suicide.
Right. Warpaint. Thanks, John. Now you just got me kicked off. Warpaint, I've grown to like it. It's kind of cheese baggy, but I do like it. I love Scars, man. Scars is a pretty fucking sick.
Well,
track.
I think Scars was originally supposed to be an instrumental.
I don't hate Superconductor like both you guys, but I don't love it either. That during Superconductor, that's when the giant inflatable rabbits.
Rabbit. Yeah.
And gotta be honest with you, I do not like Anagram at all. I fucking hate that song.
What?
Yep, don't like that song at all.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It stinks, bro. There is no safe seat at the beast. Yeah, it's super G word. Okay.
Anyway, not a favorite of mine either.
Yeah, it's not a good song. Available Light, probably the best track on the album though overall. And the part, I mean, it's just so multifaceted compositionally. He's doing da, 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 and then the wind can carry da, 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 da. And then, like you said, in the available light.
Yeah, that moment. That's the moment, man.
So good, man. It's such a beautiful track. So I get the fact that John, you're a plagiarist. It's okay. Sorry.
Or Red Tide. I mean, this album and Roll the Bones kind of helped me like learn how to write interesting songs, because it's like if you listen to like Red Tide, there isn't really a chorus. It's like verse.
No, you're right.
And then it's like there's this like linear. And then he does this legato thing when he at the end of the bridge where they mention
like Between the Wheels. Between the Wheels is kind of like that too. That doesn't really have like a definable, real big chorus for some reason.
It's like, and it just kind of keeps growing and growing. But it's like there's not a verse bridge chorus. It's like verse bridge.
Yeah.
And then there's kind of like a thing. And then like a solo, it's weird. And then like at the very end, you're listening to it, and it's like the whole like dun, 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 dun. But then like the bass like modulates up a step at the very end of the song, and then it ends. And it's like those little details are the things that I would listen to and be like, that's fucking cool. That's interesting, And so these albums taught me how to write songs, like. More like they're a little bit outside the box,
The way you were talking about the arrangement of some of them, I was thinking, I can see a lot of Agalloch songs kind of following that sort of directive, not the exact model, but certainly the directive of it. That's cool. That's cool to know. Yeah.
It's funny too, because like the other day I was actually listening to Presto in my car, and my girlfriend was there, and it was funny because we're driving along and I'm listening to it, and she's just like, you know what? Is this Rush? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, I just don't get this band. And at that point, like the normal thing to do would be to pull over and say, get the fuck out of my car. But I'm not 20 anymore. So I explained to her, it's like, well, okay, the way that you listen to Rush is probably how I would listen to like a band like King's X. Like, I don't get them. Like, I understand that they're probably great musicians.
Fuck you.
Or Opeth for that matter. Like, they're
fuck
great
you.
They write great songs.
Here goes the Opeth shit. Jesus.
But I don't understand.
Shut up.
The emotional connection.
Yeah.
Whereas with Rush, I listen to Rush as a musician.
Yep.
And that's the difference.
Yep.
You
All
know,
right, we
and
gotta
I
move on.
listen to Opeth as a musician and understand, yeah, they're amazing musicians. They write great songs, all this stuff. It just doesn't connect to me. So I can understand how Rush doesn't connect to everyone.
No, and I get it. I mean, for a long time, the big joke of going to a Rush show was, are you going to see like 5 women here if you're lucky?
Now you got one on stage.
Now
Yeah,
you
I was gonna say, that last tour I went to, the last one with Neil, shit ton of them, and I was glad about that. I was glad to see that stereotype, go away, because it was always bullshit.
It was the whole thing on the Snakes and Arrows tour where Alex's foot pedals had all the Barbies standing there with signs up and shit. Like, and I mean, a lot of it, like, it was made fun of in Love You Man. Like, hey, look, there's like 6 chicks here at this Rush show. It's like, it kind of was that way though, man. Back in 1980, I can't tell you I remember seeing any women at that show. There might have been,
yeah, but that could be any rock or metal show at the time,
That's true.
or prog show, sure.
But
all right, we can move on.
I have. Here's the thing, though, and the funny thing about Rush is I have actually dated some serious Rush fangirls, so they do exist.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's move on because I want to get Jeff out of here in the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully. Rush, Roll the Bones.
Yes.
I'm not going to let you talk about this first, dude, because I know what you're going to do. So I'm going to let Jeff talk about this because other than like 3 songs on this album, I fucking hate this album, but I'll let you go first, Jeff. This came out September 3rd, 91, recorded February and May of 91 at Le Studio. This was Rupert Heineken. So it was a big album for them though, man. It reached number 3 in the Billboard, man, which was the highest since Signals. That's crazy. What? All right. It's the rap thing probably, but go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, John, but I think this is my least favorite Rush album, period. Although some of the last 3, there's a lot of stuff on the last 3 that I don't care for. Yeah, but I think as full albums, they hold together better. We can talk till we're blue in the face about the rap part in the title track. I don't think we need to. I think that's been a very divisive choice, probably the most divisive choice they ever made creatively, and I just don't like it. I don't think I ever will like it.
But Jeff,
but the thing is, I don't like the rest of the song either.
Can I interrupt 1 sec with a thought? Here's the thing, though. If you go see them live doing that track, you're going to go, but it's missing the rap section. I would do that. I know I would. Even though I don't like it, I would be like, but it's not there. It sounds weird. You know what I mean? Yeah,
no, I understand. But I'm saying I don't even like the rest of the song around it. So
okay.
Weirdly, it's like the longest song on the record, but it's not. It's not a prog song. For me, this album starts pretty well. I like Bravado more than Dreamline for sure. I think Neurotica and Ghost of a Chance are awesome. Those are the 2 songs.
Killer.
Dude, Ghost of a Chance is great. And Neurotica is awesome. I don't know why nobody talks about that one, but
I like Neurotica.
What Heresy?
Heresy's, well, that's it. This album gets better near the end. This album gets better near the end. We're back to having a good album cover. I never liked the album cover of Presto either. I didn't mention that, but I love this album cover.
Yeah, it's killer.
But Where's My Thing? The instrumental is cool. I don't think Rush can do an instrumental and not make it sound good. Like they're never going to fail in that realm. So those are my highlights. I think the production's much better and warmer than Presto. So there are some things that I'll pick out about it that I like. And man, this is maybe my favorite band in the world. So even what I call their worst album, I'll go back and revisit it from time to time, and I'll always get something out of it. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not trying to be diplomatic. I'm just saying this is how good Rush is. It's kind of like probably for you, John, when you listen to, I don't know, Fly By Night or something you don't love, it's still Rush. You still recognize it as having the DNA of this thing you love very much. And I think that's how I look at some of these later albums. And this album will certainly be one of them. But I think some songs are they just fall flat, and I couldn't even name them for you.
Yeah, I can name them for you. I can name them for you. I'm letting him go last on this one. This is still a 6.5 out of 10 for me. So that kind of plays into what you're saying, Jeff. It's still Rush.
It's still Rush, yeah.
And there's still things I can find. Bravado, you're going to hear about shortly. It is a fucking stunning track. Probably the one later track of Rush that literally brings me to tears. Like, will bring me to tears. I know it's going to bring me to tears when I see it in August. I know it. There's no doubt in my mind, especially because it's tied in with the Neil tribute, the first Neil tribute. It is a beautiful, 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 beautiful song, man. The part where he does, and if the music stops, there's only the sound of the rain, all the hopes and glories. It's just, it's one of my, I'm going to tell you right now, it's one of my top 5 favorite Rush tracks.
It's the song that got my attention when I heard it in that record store.
I like Dreamline. I don't love it. It's kind of Early Distant Morning again, sort of, kind of, in a way, to me. I like it. I don't love it. Roll the Bones. I don't hate as much as Jeff, but I definitely don't like the rap stuff. Face Up is a terrible fucking song. It's terrible. Where's My Thing? I dig it. I love the chorus for the Big Wheel. I can't stand the verses. Do, 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 do. Those sounding keyboards are so terrible. Playing with fire, the way the big wheels. I just don't get into that song. I do like Heresy. Heresy is one of the better tracks on the album. Ghost of a Chance, along with Bravado, the 2 alpha tracks on the album. One of Alex's most killer fucking solos ever is Ghost of a Chance. That melody, that da, 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 it's just a D minor chord. Da, 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 da. I'm sure it's been done by other people, but they just do it killer. I do like Neurotica. That's a great song. The way he does it, it's like Neurotica, Psychotica. Whoa, that's
that's the highlight of that song is Getty's part.
Absolutely. Yeah. You Bet Your Life. Not a fan. So, all right, have at it, boy, but keep it, we got to get Jeff out of here before midnight.
Right.
Come on.
So, You Bet Your Life is fucking awesome.
Oh, Jesus
and there's
Christ.
several reasons why.
Yeah, cut him off right now, Jeff, or what?
Okay, so there's a part in You Bet Your Life that I heard back in 91 when I was first getting into this album. It's in the 3rd verse. It's like, just another gypsy with a plastic guitar. It's that part.
I do like that moment in it.
That weird like ding 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 ding. That got my interest into guitar effects because I was like, what the fuck is that? And I read an interview with
about this. That's right. We talked about this.
And I read an interview with Alex in Guitar World magazine, and he was talking about how he actually used the Digitech IPS 33B in that part. And what's funny is, this was like years later that I realized this. And so I was actually, I was looking up on, I was actually thinking, well, maybe I should get that harmonizer so I could like find that sound. And then I was looking through my gear a while ago, and it turns out that I have that fucking harmonizer.
Nice.
I had no idea. And it makes sense because it's got that chimey sort of 12-string kind of thing going on that those harmonizers back in the 90s had. But it's stuff like, it's those little details like that really like it like it once again, I was listening to it as a musician, not as just a casual listener. And I'm finding these little parts that are so interesting. That was one of them. The solo at the end of You Bet Your Life is another solo I've basically ripped off on every Agalloch solo I've done. That really soaring guitar thing as it's fading away. I love that stuff. Heresy, really underrated track on this album.
Great track.
Bravado, of course, is the masterpiece. That's what drew me in originally. Dreamline, I love that song. Roll the Bones, I don't have a problem with the rap part. Whatever. Where's My Thing? That has another one of those really great like leads in it. Dan, 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 dan.
Yeah.
Soaring. And that's the thing is like, I think my Rush influence as a musician comes from these albums because of those soaring guitar parts that I just love so much. I mean, I play Travis Bean guitars because those guitars sustain in a way that matches the sound I want to get that's inspired by these albums, So that's my perspective. That's why I love these albums so much.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. Yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah, I
it's cool
get
to
it.
hear. Yeah.
I get it. I mean, look, again, you know, a 6.75 or a 7 out of 10 ain't bad but for Rush, where I almost always expected them to drop 9s and 10s all the time, it was a step down. So I don't hate the album. I don't hate it. I'd like to, you know, poke you in the ribs about it a little bit, but I think it's still a solid album, has some very worthwhile tracks on it. So all right,
Look what we did. He left.
Jeff said, fuck you guys, man.
Oh, I got my kitty now.
Yeah. Oh wow, that cat looks a lot like mine.
We're hitting the 3-hour
Yeah,
mark.
I love that style, the stripy.
Yeah, the tabbies, the brown tabbies.
Yeah,
We're,
I love her.
We're hitting the 3-hour mark. Jeff needs a fucking emotional support animal. So I swear I'll get you out of here in 30 minutes max.
That's okay. Let's roll. Let's roll the counterparts.
Right.
I love
Okay,
hearing
so
John's take on Roll the Bones. I've been waiting for that. Yeah, John's wearing the shirt.
And
who goes first? You go first. Yeah.
You can. Well, I'll go first. All right. So counterparts. To an extent, you could say, well, okay, Rush is back, because they kind of disappeared into this synthland, poppy, almost quasi radio sphere. Not really true, but they kind of come back to doing what, and really actually in re-listening this album, because I hadn't listened to this in quite a while, I don't know that it's that far removed from the prior 3 or 4 albums, with the exception of the fact that it's a lot less synthy. There's a lot less synth, hardly
better tones too.
Yeah, and it's darker,
Earthier. It's earthier too.
Yeah.
Say again?
Sorry, it's just adding. It's earthier. John was saying the tone. It's an earthier sound than they've had in a long time. You know.
Yeah. Still, we don't have any lengthy, giant track. 6 minutes, I think, is the longest track. But the quality on this overall was far better than I remembered. Now, I saw him 4 times. I saw him in Philadelphia, Landover, Maryland, and down in DC for these shows. It actually reached number 2 in the United States. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. It's one of the band's 2 highest charting albums in the country and number 6 in Canada. And the leadoff track was "Stick It Out," which when I heard that, I'm like, "Whoa, this is Rush!" Da, 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 da. Drop D, drop D, da, 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 da. And then he goes into the tritone, the da 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 da.
It sounds like Voivod almost.
Yeah. So I was like, "Fuck, this can't be Rush." And then I'm listening. Of course, Geddy's voice comes out. I'm like, because I think I heard it on the radio. It's like the new Rush, "Stick It Out," and I'm like, what? Dude, they sound like a fucking metal band here. Like, da, 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 da. Anyways, Stick It Out. Great song. Killer song. Animate. Great heavy track. Lead off track. Killer drumming to open that thing by Neil. Really driving, powerful song.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite song on the album, though, is Cut to the Chase. I fucking love that song, man. That cool little arpeggiated clean thing that Alex does. That arpeggiated fuck. Come on, are you serious? Octave thing that he's doing, and then it just gets in. His solo on that song is so killer, man. That just almost like that trickle down sort of sounding descending solo that he does on Cut to the Chase. Love that track. Nobody's Hero is a great ballad, beautiful ballad about HIV, which was getting a lot of eyeballs in the early 90s. Because you had, Rock Hudson and all that kind of stuff. This is 93, but that's when the late 80s, early 90s, when everybody, if you were my age and you were literally of age to be out there, you know what I'm saying? Looking, it was kind of weird times, man. It was kind of scary times to go to a bar in that day and age and be like, what do I do? So yeah, anyways, we'll just stop there. Nobody wants to hear about my sex life. Trust me. Between Sun and Moon. I like it. Don't love it. It's okay. It's okay. Alien Shore. Love that song, man. Some killer work on that song. Speed of Love. It's kind of an underrated track, man. I kind of dig that track quite a bit. It's a very big and positive sounding song in a lot of ways. Double Agent, I don't know. A lot of people fucking love that song. I think early on I really loved it, but it was the one on the album I was kind of, this is almost too complex for its own good. It's yeah, it's, I don't know. I like it. I don't love it. That song's kind of a tweener for me. Leave That Thing Alone. Great. Like you said, Jeff, they don't ever do a bad, instrumental. I really love Cold Fire, man. I think that was the second lead-off single. The lyrics, man, are so great to that song. And it's a radio song in a lot of ways. But, man, it's such a great riff. And it ends on a fucking banger. Everyday Glory is a killer, I think.
That's the best song.
It's a great song. So this is another great album for me. It was kind of they returned. It's Peter Collins. It was done in the studio. Came out in October of '93. Like I said, I caught a bunch of these shows for this. I love the artwork. John, what's your shirt? Is it just a bolt and the nut?
It's the cover.
All right. Well,
but it's a blue shirt.
The shirt that it was blue. They were blue back then too. The other shirt that was killer that I ended up getting paint all over was the tortoise and the hare.
I had that one too.
On top of the tortoise. I think they've reprinted that now.
We did. I had that shirt. I still have it. It's covered in holes.
What's that?
I still have that shirt, but it's covered in holes and it's like
mine had a lot of holes. They got paint all over it, disappeared. So great album. Jeff, what do you got on this one?
It was the first one I bought new since Grace Under Pressure. Maybe.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because I had started to just not be as into those albums, Power Windows and Hold Your Fire. I did buy Power Windows, just never loved it. But yeah, didn't buy Hold Your Fire, didn't buy Presto, didn't buy Roll the Bones when they came out. But again, with my epiphany of, understanding and sort of appreciating these albums more over time, I went back and of course bought those. But when Counterparts came out, I was really intrigued again, and Stick It Out helped. But God, my favorite song past what my peak is, which ends and includes Grace Under Pressure. But my favorite song since then, bar none, is Animate. I think Animate's so incredible. I mean, it's just classic Rush. I don't care who you are. If you love Rush of any era, I feel like they got something back there that they hadn't had for a while. I just think it's such a great opener. Love it. You guys kind of both thumbs down between Sun and Moon. That might be my second favorite on the album. I like the brightness of the chorus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
I enjoy that. Love Cold Fire. There's not much I don't like on here. I think it could have been trimmed by 2 songs. It's a little long, but that's that CD era, long track list.
Great point right there. Yep.
Well, I've got the original LP where they crammed all of that time onto one LP.
Oh wow, it was like 7 minutes on a side, or 28. Yeah, does it sound good?
It's quiet, but when you turn it up, it sounds great.
Wait, for which one? This album? This album? Okay, yeah. They, like you said, Jeff, this was the era now, the 90s, where they had 70 minutes to fill, and record companies wanted as much material as possible, and bands, for some odd reason, felt they had to do it. And in some cases, it works. I find now a lot of those albums that I loved back then, that I go back to them, I'm fucking spent after 45 minutes. I'm like, all right.
Yeah. This could have been trimmed by a couple songs, but there's no real dud on here. It did sort of. They never faded, but there was sort of a return vibe here. I think people like me kind of came back on.
Me too.
And I just, look, I mean, this is this band's 15th album.
Yes.
What band are we talking about with any enthusiasm on their 15th album? And it's pretty rare. So
very rare.
Yeah.
I got one.
What? Who's that?
Yeah.
New Model Army.
I don't follow them. I'm not a huge fan, but I'll take your word for it.
They're the only band besides Rush that is solid from their first album all the way to their latest.
Okay.
I mean, pretty much every band, even bands like King Crimson and Genesis. Well, I don't even want to get started on Genesis. Yeah. Why did I say that fucking
when
name?
We do the deep dive at Genesis? Whew.
Oh God, I already did one, and I stopped at the fucking terrible albums that he loves. They're terrible. I don't care what you say. They're terrible. Yeah, but you're right. Like
tonight.
what bands can consistently put out great material? I will say that Rush did start to fade over the next couple albums after this. This was kind of to me, this was a real resurgence over albums that you and I admittedly, Jeff, lost. I bought all the albums, unlike you. I bought them, and they just ended up not coming out of the CD case after the first 2 or 3 plays. It was like, that's kind of was my feeling. But I went to every tour. I went to at least 2 shows. I could not go to shows. And I did. Every fucking tour I went to shows. But like you, I started to really, with those 3 albums, late 80s, early 90s, I'm like, man, is this love affair over? I think it might be. And then this album pulled me back in. And I was good with it. So, John, did you make your comments quick on this one?
No, I haven't. I have things to say. Okay, so this album is one of those ones where I actually really like the side B. Again, I think Animate is amazing. Stick It Out, I'm not a big fan of. I don't like Cut to the Chase. Nobody's Hero is fine. It's just a little goofy. Between the Sun and the Moon, isn't that the song that they used for the Beavis and Butthead theme song? The dan 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 dan.
I wouldn't know.
I don't know.
Anyway, but side 2, holy shit. Alien Shore, phenomenal.
Great song.
Great. Double Agent, another Agalloch thing. I ripped off Double Agent on You Are But a Ghost in My Arms, because when we were recording that album, or we were recording that song, I had finished all the vocals and we were listening to it back, and I was like, man, this needs something else. And there are these 2 parts in the song where it was like, we kind of did this thrashy part, and there, you know the part where the spoken word is. And I was like, oh, maybe I should do this spoken word thing. Rush does this spoken word thing that's really cool on counterparts. And I showed it to Ron, and he's like, okay, yeah. And so I wrote the lyrics, and basically, literally, like, that is a direct reference to Double Agent. The whole like spoken thing that Getty does on that. I totally do that on You Are But a Ghost in My Arms.
Like an I Spy thing or something like that.
In a way, yeah. It's like really close up to the mic, really kind of loud, just like,
It's not a bad track. I do like that track. It's just one of the tail enders for me. But I gave this a 9.5 out of 10. So I must have liked it a lot.
Leave that thing alone. I love the solo in that, where he just keeps ascending and ascending and ascending.
Yeah, that's true. He is. Yeah.
Cold Fire is great. I hate that they kind of countrified it a little bit, but whatever. But the best song on this album for me is Everyday Glory.
It's great.
That song has everything.
Yeah.
Everything that I stand for as a musician is in that song.
Probably the most keyboard oriented song on the album.
Well, in a way, I mean, it's a lot of it's a guitar effects. He's got some sort of like overtone effect on the opening part. There's like piano drops, which I love. There's the dotted 8th note stuff that he's doing, which I fucking love. The chorus has that like bombastic, like bam, bam thing that I love so much. There's acoustic guitars in there. Everything about that song is like, I mean, that's like the lesson song as far as like, if John wants to write songs, what's the song that's the most referenced? It's going to be that one. So, once again, you can draw a straight line from Everyday Glory to just about every Agalloch song.
Damn. I never ever thought of that. I'll have to listen more carefully. All right, we ready to move on to this one?
Yes. Oh, wait, no.
That's for Echo.
Important album.
Oh, shit. Did I jump? I jumped one. Sorry, I didn't have
You jumped the shark.
I jumped the shark. All right. Jeff, I'll let you go first on this one. This is Test for Echo. Comes out September 10th, 1996. This was recorded in Bearsville, New York, interesting, and Canada. And this has Peter Collins. I think it's the last Peter Collins one. So, yeah, I'd be interested to hear what you say, because I'll tell you up front, this was my bottom dweller for a very long time. Something happened this spin around. I really connected with several songs on here. Not all, but several. More than I thought I was going to. So go ahead, Jeff. This rose up.
It does seem to have kind of a bad rap with a lot of fans. I've never disliked it as much as most fans, but I also find it to be a frustrating listen, because there are some great high points and then some really low points.
Yes.
I think it sounds fantastic. I probably like the production even more than Counterparts. I think it just coheres a little more. I was really excited when it came out because it's on the back of Counterparts, which was kind of this album I liked Rush again, and I was pretty let down. Although I will say that the first two songs are absolute killers. The title track's fantastic, and Driven is unbelievable. Driven, I'd said that thing about Animate being my favorite since Grace Under Pressure. Well, Driven's my second favorite. Driven is just a masterpiece, and I like it live even more. There's something about it live. And I can't say that about a lot of Rush songs. Not that they're terrible live. I just feel like there's such a great album band that the definitive versions are often on the records. But Driven's amazing. The two later that come a little later, Time and Motion is a killer song. Such a great kind of tricky syncopation to that one that gets them into the prog world. I encourage anybody that's kind of dismissive of this album to do Time and Motion again. It's a killer song. And the Limbo, the instrumental, Here Again. I think that's great.
Limbo's killer.
So good. The one there's two real turds on here, Dog Years and actually three, Virtuality or whatever that is about. It's about the internet.
I actually like Virtuality. I love the chords in it, but I can't stand the lyric. Net.
But the Color of Right. Now that's where lyrics really ruin a song. It's just like I'm with you, Neil. I agree with you, but it's almost overly earnest, and it's just it's almost sappy in its earnestness. So it's an album of way highs and way lows, but I'll take it, because the highs are high.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you. The highs are really high. Obviously, Test for Echo starts out dark, man, like fucking almost menacing, right?
Yes.
Very, very, commenting on the times. We're just watching the news. That's what you hear. I really do like the song a lot. I don't like. This is where Alex starts doing this thing though, that he carries on for the next two albums a lot, where he does this down. He does it on fucking One Little Victory. He does it on a bunch of songs on Snakes and Arrows, where I'm like, dude, come on, bro. You're like fucking Alex Lifeson. Play like you're Alex Lifeson, man. Right here. This guy. Come on, dude.
It's almost like he was into nu metal or something.
Yeah, weirdly.
That infected it a little bit, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like he was.
But Dog Years has that Zizma riff, man. That it's like Caius or Zizma or something like that.
Yeah,
which are two bands I love. So okay.
Yeah, Driven, badass track, and actually Geddy did the demos for that song, wrote the song, I believe, mostly himself. And he actually, when he presented the demo to Alex, he's like, hey, I just did 3 bass lines on here. It's all bass where the guitars are. And Alex was like, yeah, let's just keep it bass. I don't need to put any guitar on there. I think they added guitars, but Alex loved what Geddy did with the distorted bass and shit, that he wanted to keep it. Kick-ass song, man. Fucking heavy banger. Half the World, it's kind of their New World Man radio song. Half the World, it's okay. It's not terrible. Color Right, I don't like. I'm not as big a guy on Time and Motion as you guys. I like it. I don't love it. It's dun 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 dun. It's kind of the big wheel thing again, sort of. I love Totem though.
Oh, dude.
That's amazing. A song nobody talks about. And I believe in what I see. That's a great song, man. Angels and Demons inside. Is that right? Right?
Yeah. And that's another one of those songs where he uses the harmonizer in a way that I love. It's just like the guitar builds. It goes from this dotted eighth note thing to this double pick thing that kind of ascends. It's so cool.
Yeah, I really like Totem. That's a great song. I like the riffs in Virtuality. The lyrics are kind of
I love the drumming in that song.
Yeah, it's great. I'm surprised no one mentioned it. Resist?
Oh yeah,
that is great song. It's one of their fucking great ballads, man.
Yeah.
To me, I love that song. And Limbo's great. It's a killer. I've forgotten about that one. I was listening to it, I'm like, whoa, I totally forgot how great this song is.
It's
Carved Away, Carve Away the Stone is terrible. Another terrible ending song. Yeah,
It's a great closer.
terrible ending song.
Come on.
I'm in the middle with you, Guy. I'm kind of in the middle on that one. So
I mean,
yeah.
this was the first tour that I ever saw Rush on was 97. And so that was the tour they played. They actually played Resist as a band. Because I mean, I remember after the tragedies that happened, they would play Resist during the Vapor Trails tours, but it would only be an acoustic version.
Yeah,
I saw
that's right. That's right.
The acoustic version was great though.
But I saw the full band version of it in 97.
Yeah, that's they
did-
dropped that pretty quick.
Yeah, I did too. But you're right. It would just be Getty and Alex.
Yeah.
Doing their
Right after the drum solo.
Was it?
Yeah.
That part I don't really recall.
Neil
but-
had to rest. Come on, man.
All right, man. Okay, so the next one is okay. So after this album, after Test for Echo, I don't know about you guys, but I was pretty sure the band was done after.
Yeah,
what
me
happened
too.
to Neil.
You would, yeah. I mean, you had to give Neil his time. Good Lord. I mean, that's
Well,
just
I thought they were done.
unbelievable.
I mean, he lost his daughter to a freak car accident where her Jeep overturned and she was killed. I don't remember how old she was, but not very old. Like maybe
Not old. She was going off to college or something, I think.
19, 20 years old, maybe a little younger. His only child at that time.
Yeah.
To his lifelong partner, what was her name? Jacqueline, I think. Jacqueline, yeah. And then she dies less than a year later of cancer and a broken heart, according to. And Neil takes off and tells the guys, "Hey, consider me retired. Do what you want to do, but I'm done." And they say, "No, we're not going out without you. It's over." And for 5 years, there was nothing on the Rush front at all. And I was sure that was the end. Neil did put a book out. Well, he put 2 books out, I think, or maybe 3 during that period of time he was writing. But he also traveled 55,000. Think of that, 55,000 miles on his motorcycle. And of course, I have all the Neil books and I've read them. I don't know where they're at. They're various places around here. And then we get the news that Rush is coming back, and this is the album. And yeah, John, I'll let you start with this one. Vapor Trails, May 14th, 2002. Yeah, I know if you don't have a lot of stuff to say, that's cool. I get it.
Well, that album, it's weird because that album came out shortly after we finished The Mantle. This is my memory of it. And so, and I remember like hearing one, I think it was the first song, One Little Victory, and I thought it was absolute garbage.
Yeah, I did too.
Like this sounds like shit. It doesn't, it sounds like they're just phoning it in. They're just trying to be like, I don't know if they're trying to be rock or what. They're just trying to be rock for the sake of being rock.
Yeah.
I thought the vocals were awful. And I heard a couple more songs and I was like, fuck this. This band is done. And I didn't see them live until 2011.
I saw them 5 times on this tour, though.
Oh my God.
And this was the one where they did all the fire
and
and shit. I mean, the stage show was crazy good.
Yeah, it was a fun tour.
But yeah, One Little Victory, when I heard it, I'm like, what the fuck is this? It's almost like rockabilly, like heavy rockabilly. Like, what are they doing here? I got the album, of course.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I hated the production. And I got the CD and I fucking never, I haven't never listened to it. But then when this came out, this saved this record. This
sure. Yeah.
Oh my God. I still think that there's too many songs on it.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it should have ended with Nocturne.
67 fucking minutes for this album. It's way too long. Yeah.
How It Is terrible. I think it should have ended with Nocturne. I think if we just took away Freeze out of the cradle and How It Is, it would have been a more solid record. I love Ghost Rider. I love Stealing Unlimited. I love Secret Touch, Earthshine, and Vapor Trail. Those songs are phenomenal. But
it's got the middle of this album. This middle of this album is great.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's where the best songs are. Yeah, yeah.
Miracle's great too. Actually,
yep.
I think
Peaceable Kingdom. Peaceable Kingdom's a good track, man. So is Earthshine. I mean,
Earthshine's great. Yeah, yeah. And have you ever heard the enslaved version of that?
No,
yes,
they did it.
Yes, they put it on the. It's an extra track on the Rune album, I think. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They play it like half time.
Or vertebrae. Sorry, vertebrae.
Oh, it's slower.
Yeah, it's like
It's different. It's different, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Way, I'll check that out.
But that's,
So
that's my take. This,
We should mention this is Paul Northfield as the producer, co-producer. He was one of the early tape ops engineers on like the Moving Pictures album, and I believe he was also Signals. Like in that area was when Paul Northfield was involved.
I mean, I've read
He
enough,
became-
and I've certainly listened enough where I feel like Paul Northfield is he's an engineer, so he's very responsible for some of the tones and sounds.
Yeah. Yep.
And I've seen Rush and Terry Brown give him a lot of credit for the great sound of those great records. So Paul Northfield, man, you know.
Yeah, for sure. What do
yeah.
you think?
I mean,
I'll be right back.
The original version does sound kind of ass. The remix version's nice. I don't like One Little Victory either.
no.
Don't connect with it. Terrible opener. I don't connect with Ceiling Unlimited. You said you liked it, John. I got to go back again because I don't connect to it. But from there, the album gets a lot better.
Yeah.
If you took out the first two and the last song, then I think you've got a much more reasonably sequenced album and better length as well. But you already named all the great songs and why. I think Nocturne's really good. There is a darkness in some of that's good.
Mhm.
There's even a darkness in some of Freeze that I think is really good. How it is. Got to take that one out too.
What the hell? and one of their, I think it was their 2013 tour, they played it, or
Yeah.
maybe it was 2015. I don't know. But
I
it
think
was
they
one
did
of
play it like what, Snakes and Arrows tour or something.
No, it was later.
Yeah.
It was like Clockwork Angels tour. They
Yeah.
brought it
Yeah.
in. I'm like, why the fuck are you playing this?
Yeah, of all that back catalog, they're like, we got to do How It Is.
Yeah.
You know?
I
No.
don't-
So that's kind of where I sit with that, and I don't have anything really more to say about it. So
Yeah.
did we lose our host? There he is.
There it is.
Very quick. I had to take a leak. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, yes, this salvages an album that was super brick walled and just sounded muddy. And if you wanted to crank it up in your car stereo, it would break your speakers up. And
It's awful.
but I did love seeing them on this tour. They pulled out a lot of golden oldies and stuff like that. I would say for me, yeah, One Little Victory. I'm just not into that song. Thank God they didn't bring that out. Ceiling Unlimited is boring.
What?
Ceiling Unlimited is boring, man.
Yeah, I told John in my review of it, that's a song I don't connect with either.
Yeah. Ghost Rider's great. I love Getty's bass playing on it. It's fantastic. I like Peaceable Kingdom. I like The Stars Look Down. It's a cool little sort of, I guess, ballady sort of thing. I don't even mind How It Is. I don't, it's kind of wistful, whatever. Vapor Trails is cool. Secret Touch is, I like it. I don't love it. I do like Sweet Miracle and Earthshine. The last three, and I can't even remember Freeze. And I just listened to it.
I think that's the one that starts off like it's well, here's the thing. So this album, at least as I understand, was kind of compiled together from free jams that they did.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Getty and Alex put a lot of
And it
jams.
sounds like it.
Yeah,
there's a
it's
lot of-
too fucking long. It should have been
Yeah,
at max. It should have been 11 songs, and really, it probably should have been more like 10 songs.
10.
It was. And if it would have been recorded properly and mixed properly, it would have been good. I think the thing that the mix really brings out is there's actually guitar solos in
Oh yeah.
songs, which you could not really hear in the original recording. So,
Right.
But I'm such a nerd, I won't get rid of my original copy, of course.
Me neither. I have it too.
Hey guys, I hate to do this, but I gotta go. I got stuff that I gotta get done before bed, and
Okay.
I really hate to do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I gotta
You
bow
want
out.
to just give your thoughts
I
on
can't.
this?
I
Now you
can't.
gotta, okay.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
sorry, guys.
All right, that's cool.
I
Thanks,
know
Jeff.
it's lame. I gotta go. But
Is your mom calling, Jeff? Is your mom calling?
no, it's not that.
All right. Hey, do me a favor if you would, Jeff. Find this video then, and then post your. Do you want to go your top 5 of each real
Albums
quick?
and songs. I will.
Okay. All right. Sounds
And
good.
thanks
dude.
for this. This has been amazing. So
All right, bro.
I don't have much to say about the last two anyway.
Neither
I have
do
a lot to say about the last one, but this one.
All
I don't
right.
have much to say.
This has
All
been a lot of fun. Thanks, guys. I'm sorry I gotta bail.
See you, man.
All right.
I'll kick you out. All right. So we lost Jeff. I kind of had a feeling that might happen. There was just no
Well,
way.
you kept talking.
I did not talk that much. I let you guys talk.
Someone kept talking about Presto.
Yeah, you're the one that was talking a lot. There was no way we were going to do 19 albums in fucking 2 hours.
No,
Not possible.
I did the math and it was like 6 minutes per album.
And there's no way. That's 2 minutes each. No way. All right, well, let's wrap these up and then we'll give our tops and then we'll go from there. Yeah. Do you want this one or I'll let you go with this one. Snakes and Arrows. This is the MVI, whatever the hell that means.
I got that version too.
There's like a game on it, a Mac thing.
That's the one that comes in a box, right?
Yeah, I've never even looked at it.
Yeah.
Nick Raskulinecz, he's kind of been the producer du jour of that era. Oh, by the way, what did I give that? I gave Vapor Trails a 6.5 out of 10.
Okay.
Which is about right. Which is what I gave Test for Echoes too. So not quite a 7, but close. All right. Where was I at? Okay, so came out May 14th, 2002, recorded December 2001, and it was recorded at various studios, Reaction Studio in Toronto. 67 minutes. Paul Northfield was that's not right. That was Vapor Trails. Sorry, my bad. Nick Raskulinecz, it's 62 minutes, almost as bad. And this was actually done in Los Angeles, which I believe is the first time Rush has ever recorded in LA.
LA is where Neil relocated to.
That's right.
And his wife took this photo.
He's a photographer. That's right. That's right. You're right. Yep. Good points. All right. So Snakes and Arrows. This is the tour I got to meet Getty and Alex. And while you're talking about this album, I'm going to try and find that picture because I thought I had it and I don't.
Well, here's the thing about this album is that once again, it's kind of a bridge. I like the amount of acoustic input that's on this album. There's
a lot of
acoustic guitars they have, and he plays like even stuff like baritone mandolin and stuff.
Yeah,
it's really
cool.
Yeah.
What kind of weird shit?
I mean, Far Cry is okay. I love Armor and Sword. Working Them Angels, another great one. So the whole side A of this is like great. As far as side B, the larger bowl, I can't even remember how that goes. Spindrift is pretty good. Monkey Business, I don't even remember that song at all.
It's a good song. It's a good instrumental. It's a really good one, actually.
I'm sure it's better than the Skid Row song.
Yeah, right.
The Way the Wind Blows is great. Hope is another like sort of instrumental. Faithless is awesome. I mean, I love the anti-religious connotation of that song, which is great from a band like Rush, you know. But then we get into side D, and it's like, what the fuck? We got Bravest Faced.
Yeah, man, it really takes a dive hard.
Fucking horrible song.
Yep.
Like Tyshawn's got nothing on this song.
Like Tyshan is fucking the trees compared to those songs.
Yeah. And The Good News First isn't that good either.
Nope.
Malignant Narcissism is kind of cool as a sort of jam. I know they did that like kind of late in the recording process. Hold On though is a great closer, I think.
And I can't even get into that one, dude. I seriously, after the last 4 tracks, I am not into it all. And the best one is Good News First, and it's not that great. Hope is just that little instrumental. Yeah. Faithless is okay, but it's kind of weak, I think, overall. Yeah. I think the best songs on here are Working Them Angels, Far Cry, Armor and Sword. They're the 3 best songs on the album. Spindrift's quite good because it's kind of menacing.
Yeah.
Main Monkey Business is really good. The Way the Wind Blows is This actually dropped. This was my 16th or 17th album. This dropped into next to last beyond the Rush album, which I had the Rush album up quite a bit higher, and now it dropped to the end. We could actually, since it's just you and me, we can go through our 19 if you want. But I saw him on this tour twice. Saw him in Bristow, Virginia, and I saw him in Hershey, and I was in the 5th row for right in front of Alex. So I got to see all the Barbies and shit, and that was kind of fun. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know. I mean, I cannot connect with this album much. And I think when it came out, I was really hopeful that, oh yeah, they're back, and you know, it's got to be better than Vapor Trails, right? And
It is. I do think it's better. It's better than Vapor Trails.
I don't think it is for me
because of the acoustic input, and it feels like they've actually. It feels like on this album they actually put effort into the songwriting again. Whereas
I'll give you that.
Vapor Trails, it was all jams. It was all improv jams.
And they all sort of sound similar. They all sound, a lot of Vapor Trails sound samey.
Yeah, which is fine. And I get that as a conceptual piece of their discography, that they were trying something, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like this album was a return to them being songwriters again, and the song structures were there, and there's a lot more depth. The production is way better. But in listening to it again, like I used to like it a lot more than Clockwork Angels, and now I don't.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm not a big fan of Clockwork Angels either.
I'm a big
kind of fizzled out for me. I mean, it's weird, you know.
No, I'm a big fan of that album, but I'm trying to find here. So when I was out in LA with Porcupine Tree and doing some stuff with them in 2005, I think it was. Wait, when did this album come out?
2007.
Yeah. So it might have been 2006 I was out in LA, because I was out there 2 different times around this time frame. And I met Michael, doesn't matter. I forget his last name. I Praetorian Animus is his Instagram handle, but Michael Mossbeck, I think is his name, or something like that. He turns out he was Rush's head of security, but Neil's personal security guard. If you read about in Ghost Riders and Roadshow, and the guy he talks about, Michael, that rides with him, goes bike riding with him.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah,
that's the guy. Yeah. And so what I'm trying to find, fuck, dude, come on now. You're gonna be that way to me now? Might take me a little while to find this. Why in the fuck is it taking this? I'll get it in a minute here.
Hold on.
I ended up meeting him at the House of Blues in LA, and we were at a PT show, and after the show, we got brought up to the Foundation room, and in the Foundation room, that was where I met him, hung out with him, and it turns out somebody's like, "Oh, don't you know who that is?" I'm like, "No." And actually, this girl that I was dating, she was kind of glomming after him. We weren't really together. We were together, but we weren't. Anyway, she and him ended up dating for a little while. As a result of those two dating, I was able to William, get the fuck out of here, dude. You are not welcome here at all in any way, shape, or form. Because I know it's you, because you just tried to come in here as Steven Wilson. Are you fucking retarded? Like, I wouldn't know that it was you.
Get the pedo out of here. Yeah, come on, get the pedo out
of here. And he is a pedo. Anyway, so long and short of it was, Michael put me on the guest list at this show in Hershey for Snakes and Arrows. I get to the venue and there's a ticket for me and nothing else. No after show pass or pre-show pass. I'm like, so I called Tracy. I'm like, "Tracy, where's Michael? Give me his number, because there's no pre-show meet and greet thing or whatever." And she's like, "Well, hang on, I'll call him." She's like, "I can't get him. His voice keeps going to voicemail." This goes on for like 15, 20 minutes. I'm like skitzing, dude, because I'm like, I was this close. I was going to meet my two heroes, right? You would feel the same way. I know you would. Anyway, I get to where they're lining up. There's a 10, 12 people that are lining up to go backstage. And I'm texting Tracy. I'm like, "Please." And this is 2007. So we're still working with fucking razor phones with, where you got to 2 to 3 times for an R. And anyways, long drawn out mess. It turns out the guy that was the head of security, I said, "Could you please, do you know Michael, their head of security?" He's like, "Yeah, he's right back here." I said, "Could you please tell him I'm out here?" Michael looks out and he's like that. So all these people that were watching this thing sort of develop, everybody's like, yeah, because I got to go back, got to meet Geddy and Alex. I'll find the picture here. Live, they played a lot of the songs off this album, as far as I recall, and I did really enjoy it live. I really did enjoy it live. But on this album, man, it doesn't hold up for me as much. So
I think the production saves it in a way that I think the production is better than Clockwork Angels for sure. But that's just me.
Stephen Wilson says, "Hey Jeff, stop misrepresenting our relationship. I didn't let you backstage for a reason." That's weird because I have pictures of you, Stephen, and me hanging out backstage in October. Strange. Yeah, I don't know. This one, when I went back to it, dude, it just didn't do much for me. I really, pretty much after the first 4 or 5 songs, I was like, it's the only album on here I skipped a few. Like, I got halfway through a track and I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I think I'm cool with where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? Is what it is. It's just not. I do agree with you that they kind of got back to trying to write real songs. They're just not great, especially in the back half of the album. There's just a lot of kind of meh, not anything that's really that great. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, anyway.
All right. So last one. We almost made it with Jeff.
And hopefully it will stay that way.
Yeah, I agree. I really don't want them to write new music. I mean, if they would do a Lee Lyson solo album, sure. If they want to do whatever,
Look, if Geddy Lee really, really wants to get back to keep like synth heavy music, I'm available to collaborate.
What are you trying to say?
Exactly what you think I'm saying.
Should we introduce you to?
Yeah. Yeah, we should.
I'm trying to find. All right, go ahead. Talk about this album because I have some things to say about it, and you probably.
This is another one of those albums where, okay, the most frustrating thing for me was the fact that they released Caravan and BU2B like a year before this album came out as a single. They released them for the 2011 tour that they did.
That's right.
And first of all, BU2B is not that great of a song, but Caravan, I mean, it's a good song, but by the time that this album came out, you had heard both of those songs so many times, or you're already sick of those 2 songs that they open this album with those 2 songs. And it's like, that really pissed me off.
Yeah, that's a great point. That really is a great point.
Like, they should have put these songs somewhere else in the album.
Yeah.
Not that I'm going to tell Rush what to do, but I'm telling them what to do.
I think
they should have done.
Yeah, they should have done like John Haughm said.
But the song Clockwork Angels, I mean, if it would have started with that song, amazing. And The Anarchist, fucking incredible song.
Killer song.
Carnies is great. Halo Effect is all right. I don't really like 7 Cities of Gold. I do like the Wreckers. And I
love
like
the Wreckers.
Headlong Flight is great. BU2B2 is useless. Wish Them Well is a Foo Fighters song. And The Garden is like their grand masterpiece of ending their career. It's like High Hopes from Pink Floyd.
Yeah.
Or what should have been the last song from Fields of the Nephilim, on the last song on Elysium.
Yeah.
That's how they should have ended their career. Blah. Okay. But I love it when bands have this last song that kind of encapsulates their entire career, like wraps it up. And I feel that The Garden is one of those.
Yeah, and they did play it one night, and they did a tribute thing.
Yeah,
at that point, but they haven't played it since that I saw. Did they? Or am I missing something?
No, they did. Yeah.
Oh, they did play it another time?
Oh no, I don't think they played it. I don't know. I know they played it the first night.
Yeah. Yeah, they played it the first night. I'd have to go back and collate. I'm not Mike Portnoy, and I didn't collate the whole set list, so I don't know what the deal is there. But he hates Presto anyways, so fuck.
Yeah, so fuck that guy.
Yeah.
What does he know about drumming?
Yeah, really, like that guy's never drummed for any band note ever. Mike, we're just kidding if you'd ever see this, by the way. Or at least I'm kidding. I don't know about John, but all right. So this album comes out. This album comes out June 8th, 2012. I did not hold out a lot of hopes for it because of how much I did not particularly love Snakes and Arrows. It was recorded in Nashville and in Toronto at Revolution Blackbird Studios. It's 66 minutes. It's another long one. And it's Nick Raskolinitz again. I really love this album. I think it's that if they, I don't want them to go out on a new album, like another album. I really don't.
The only thing that would benefit is then they would at least have 20 albums, because right now they've have 19.
True, and they could say we had a woman drum on an album,
and we had, or they could have like a final album that maybe has some leftover lyrics that Neil may have really had, and it could
never know.
Neil Peart, whatever.
You never know. I don't know. I mean, it seems as though his wife was very okay with this, and I'm, when it first was announced, we started to talk about it at the beginning, and then we transitioned because I knew we had to move. But I know you were kind of shitting on it a bit, but even you've been a little surprised by how fresh the band kind of sounds, even though they're old guys. They're 70 or 73-year-old guys.
Yeah.
Alex is fucking up virtually every solo with conviction. It's awesome. He does have arthritis, so I mean, that's the thing.
I mean, look, in all fairness, I fuck up my parts whenever I play live every night, but that's because I suck.
True.
He at least has an excuse.
I don't think Alex sucks, but he has a real excuse. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I mean, anyway, moving on. Here's when I met the guys. Man, I was a skinny fucker back then. Holy shit. And they're both tall. I mean, Geddy's probably 5'11". I think Alex is 6 foot. I think Geddy's 5'11".
Getty's taller than I thought he'd be.
He's tall and skinny. I mean, I look pretty little there compared to those two guys, but Alex is even cooler.
Yeah. Visa Ranta from Sentenced has the same kind of photo with those guys, probably from the same tour.
Probably.
He's a tall dude, and he's like pretty much as tall as Geddy. So that's why I was like, whoa, because I've met him.
Alex is the tallest though. Alex is 6 foot.
Yeah. Well, he's Serbian, so there you go.
But I was gonna say, hey Steven, I guess you don't remember this, do you? You don't remember when you let me backstage into the green room alone with you?
Just let it go. Fucking hell.
What a douche. Oh, there's that one too. Anyways, never mind. I love this album. I really do. I like Caravan a lot. B.U.T.B. I like the song. It's a solid song. Clockwork Angels is a banger. Anarchist is a fucking banger. That's the one.
Amazing. That bass line. Oh.
Carnies is a great song, man. I love Carnies. It's let me just do one thing though. I want to make sure of one thing because I hadn't listened to this in a long time, quite a long while actually. Yeah, it's yeah. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I gotta say though, my favorite song here is The Wreckers. The Wreckers is fucking awesome, and I just love that chorus. It's just so good, man. It's such a fucking killer chorus.
Here's the thing though, and this is a problem that I have with 2000s era Rush, is I feel like that 5-year hiatus between 98 and 2002 or whatever, kind of ruined them in a weird way. It kind of blocked their momentum, but also it like
probably, yeah.
And I don't know if you've noticed this, but Geddy's like vocal lines feel a lot more phoned in on those last 3 albums than they did early on when he would have these really creative, expressive vocal lines.
Got very samey in a lot of his vocal like patterns. Yes, absolutely. Right. And that And the other thing, like particularly on Vapor Trails and on the on Snakes and Arrows, man, there was some moments where he was trying to do things with his voice he couldn't do anymore, and it was sort of kind of was a little bit like cringy at times.
Well, that's all over Clockwork Angels. He's he's in this register that he just shouldn't be in.
I disagree. I disagree on this one.
I liked Geddy when he was kind of mid-level voice in the 80s and 90s Rush, like on Presto and Roll the Bones, that kind of not too high pitched, but kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I totally disagree with you on this album, dude. And I'll tell you why, because I think he brings in tons of really great melodic vocal lines, which he did not do on Vapor Trails. Everything on Vapor Trails was kind of one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And also the thing that they did on Vapor Trails and Snakes was they multi-tracked his vocals like crazy, man. And it was like he doesn't have that kind of voice where he has the range and pitch to get the lows and the highs and the mids to all sound really, really good. So I think this album, they really did. I think they really needed this. I'll tell you the truth on this album. I've got this as a 9.25 out of 10. And the only reason I kind of like pulled it back was what you said. I don't love Headlong Flight either. I'm not a big fan of that song. I think it's too long. It's okay. I just don't love it. I do love 7 Cities of Gold. I think it's a cool song. Halo Effect is kind of not necessary. Carney's is great. Wish Them Well. I know what you're saying. All that you can do.
Sounds like Foo Fighters.
Yeah, it kind of does have. Well, I mean, Dave's a big fan, and they're fans of Dave. The Garden is. If it's the last track ever recorded as Rush, it's the perfect way to go out. It's a beautiful song. It's very unique for them too. Yeah, doesn't sound like anything they ever did.
Exactly. It's their high hopes. All
right. Well, we lost Jeff, so hopefully he'll stick his albums in there. I guess since he left and he was the one that was kind of not into the ranking the 19, you want to rank them? You have your list? Yeah, you have your list?
I have my list. Do you want me to do it like from the bottom up or?
Yeah, we'll go back and forth. So you're 19.
Rush.
Same here. 18.
2112.
I got Snakes and Arrows. 7.
Huh?
17.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm finishing up a podcast, so.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, sorry, I had to open the door for something. All right, so 17, I put Fly By Night.
Fly By Night. Okay. Wow, really? That low? Oh man. Yeah. Okay. Which did I where were we? Oh, Vapor Trails for me at 17. 16.
Caress of Steel.
Roll the Bones, 16 for me. 15.
Vapor Trails.
T for E for me. Test for Echo. 14.
Farewell to Kings.
You fucking dick, you. Okay, 2112 for me. It's 14. 13.
Clockwork Angels.
I've got Hold Your Fire at 13. 12.
Snakes and Arrows.
12 for me is Presto. Sorry. It's still up in almost in the halfway mark. Number 11.
Test for Echo.
Clockwork Oranges. I knew I was going to do it at some point. Clockwork Angels. Number 10.
Hemispheres.
Now, dude, that is just uncalled for. That is fucking uncalled for. You son of a bitch, you. All right. I'm going to go with, what am I going with there? I am going with Counterparts.
So number 9. Hold Your Fire. Hello.
Sorry. Hold Your Fire at 9. For me, it's Fly By Night. Number 8.
Moving Pictures.
All right. For me, it's Caress of Steel. Number 7.
Permanent Waves.
Wow, 7? Holy mackerel. Okay. Yeah, because you got a lot of those 80s albums, late 80s, early 90s albums. Okay. For me, man, these next 3 were almost impossible to choose from. I went Signals, number 7. Number
Okay.
6.
Grace Under Pressure.
Number 6 for me is Grace Under Pressure. Number 5 for you.
Signals.
Number 5 for me is Power Windows. Number 4.
Counterparts.
Wow. Shit. Okay. Moving Pictures.
I'm wearing the shirt, man.
Okay. Number 4. Yo, man. It's Counterparts, bro. Number 4 for me is Moving Pictures. Number 3.
Power Windows.
For me, it's Permanent Waves. Number 3. Number 2.
Roll the Bones.
Couldn't be more dialectical, the opposite here. Number 2 for me is Farewell to Kings. And number 1 for you is Presto. And number 1 for me is
Hemispheres.
Hemispheres, yeah. All right, you wanna pop out our, how many songs did you say you had?
Well, I did 5. I did my top 5.
How
and
many?
then I did 5 honorable mentions.
All right, well we'll do our top 10 then. So
So are we doing 10? Wait.
Yeah,
So
we'll
we're
do
doing,
10.
okay.
We'll do 10. Yeah. So
All right.
if you want, you can read off. Do you want to go back and forth or no?
I guess I'll start with my 5 honorable mentions.
All right, go, yeah, there you go.
Red Tide from Presto.
Right.
You want me to just do it? My list?
Just do your list, yeah.
Okay. Number 9 would be Lock and Key from Hold Your
Good song.
Fire.
Good song.
Number 8, Losing It on Signals.
Great song.
And then Mystic Rhythms. And then Totem. is
Totem's
actually-
a great song, man.
Yeah,
Totem's
love that song. But then top 5, number 5 would be Limelight. Number 4, Emotion Detector. Number 3, Everyday Glory. Number 2, Bravado. And number 1, Available Light.
All right, my 5, really in no specific order. Xanadu, The Trees, Bravado, Cygnus Book 2, so all of Hemispheres. And this was so hard, man, but I went with Marathon. After that, as honorables, I got 10 real quick. Red Sector A, Middletown Dreams, Camera Eye, Analog Kid, Subdivisions, Natural Science, Necromancer, for sure. I wanted that in the top 5, but it didn't cut it. La Via, Jacob's Ladder, and No One at the Bridge.
Wow, No One at the Bridge. I mean,
Yeah.
that's like my favorite song on Caress of Steel.
Dude, that fucking
It's
riff,
so- The guitar parts on that are just
that guitar riff is so cool when it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's simple. It's not really hard, but it's like cool. The chordal stuff, the way, it's just doing that.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. In fact, there was talk in the early days of Agalloch doing a cover of that song.
Yeah, and then it's just the,
Yeah.
and then the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool, man. My guitar's a little out of tune, that's why I'm not playing much. Yeah, man. I love No at the Bridge. I mean, it's, if it wasn't for the fact that the Necromancer is so dark and evil sounding, it would probably, No One at the Bridge would probably be my favorite song on the album, actually.
Right.
But I do love the Necromancer. So, all right. So we lost Jeff. We kept him a lot longer than I expected us to keep him. He was getting I think he was getting kind of near the end.
Yeah. I mean, 2 hours is what he said he would give us, and we got him for another hour.
No, that's cool. I totally get it. And totally get it. And he just sent us a message, and he feels bad about having to bail. It's just impossible. It would have been almost impossible to do that.
And we were rushing through it too.
We were. I was not yakking that much. Dude, I had like, no shit. Like, I can't show you no, I guess I can. Like, like for each album, I had the release stuff and all that, and then I literally had I'll show you. I literally had like notes for each album that I was like, oh, I'll just read this stuff.
Yeah.
We'd have been here for 6 hours if I tried to do that. So, I did try to keep it moving. We're all very passionate about this band in a lot of different ways, and it's cool to go back and talk to people with deep histories. There's a lot of Rush fans out there that are more casual, but when you
they don't matter,
huh?
Those people don't matter.
Well, they don't matter. but I mean, it's like, when you get, we could have literally probably talked for 7 or 8 hours about this, if in a different world.
Just about Presto, I could have talked probably an hour. I could have gone through song structures of every single strong. Yeah, dude.
I do like that album. I do like that album.
I would be the worst person to be in a car with on a road trip.
With that album playing?
Yeah, because one, we would just listen to it over and over.
And
then I would go on. I'd be like, stop this part right here. Okay, so now this guitar part.
Yeah. I bet you used like an MXR flanger on this right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been wanting to do this for a long time with better production values. That's not to minimize what Jimmy and John and I did, because I think we did a really killer job too, but it was very early days for what I was doing here, and it was not great. I didn't have good equipment, and the lighting was terrible, and it was pretty rough.
Right.
And I didn't even, to be honest with you, I didn't even want to go back and watch it to see what my actual ranking was then. So I could be completely different. What I used for this, when I did this ranking, I re-ranked everything based on a back. You've heard of the Sea of Tranquility thing, Pete Pardo, that guy.
Yeah.
He did a Rush ranking back 6 years ago, and in the comments, this is when I was a noob to YouTube and wasn't really doing much on YouTube, didn't even have a YouTube channel. I jumped on there and I'm like, oh, I'm important. You need to know my ranking. And it was different. I mean, it was substantially different. In fact, the last, I had Test for Echoes last, Snakes for Arrows is 18, Vapor Trails is 17, Hold Your Fire was way down at 16. And Rush was number 13, which is weird because when I re-listened to it, I was like, I don't really love this album anymore. So, it's weird how age and perspective and listening habits, change your takes on things. So,
yeah.
But, all right. So what do you got going on again?
I kind of got to go. I'm like Jeff. I've got stuff I got.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as your dates, you got Fire in the Mountains on when?
Yeah. There's Fire in the Mountain, and then there's the August shows with Agalloch.
Do you know those dates?
12th Chicago. I can't really mention the 13th yet.
Yeah, right.
14th Boston, and then
New York.
Yeah, 15th New York, and then.
Are you playing New York again? What venue?
Brooklyn Steel.
That's a cool venue.
I haven't been there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And then there's that festival in Iceland in December.
That's all you got going on? As far as dates?
I'm like halfway through my stuff that I've had that was booked, because I just played solo at Cascadian Midsummer, and that was awesome.
Is that cool? I saw some pictures.
Did you? I took some. Yeah, I didn't know if you've seen any of my solo set, but yeah, I took some.
No, I don't think I did. But yeah. I mean, where was that at? Was that in Washington?
It's in PL, Washington. It's out in the rainforest.
Did you drive up or fly up?
No, I drove up. It's like 2 hours.
Oh, okay, all right.
Really cool location. Really. I mean, there's like no cell phone reception up there, so that you really literally were forced to be in the moment, which was great.
Focus.
Yeah, and I played, and then after me, Fauna played, and it was weird because they had this queue of people in line that were being led down this path to this cedar grove where they were playing, and it was like, from what I understood, it was like only a few people at a time were being taken to see them. And I was like, yeah, fuck this. I'm going to go. So I've played with Fauna. I've seen them multiple times. It was whatever, but yeah, it was kind of that was a strange way to end the festival, but I'm sure it was awesome. Whatever they were doing. Yeah.
Cool, man. All right. Well, look, thank you so much for doing this. Thanks to Jeff again. Jeff, if you're watching or you catch this later, throw your list down in the. If you want, you can rank them all in the comments. Yeah. And William, get fucked. Just get fucked, dude. You're such a pathetic human being.
All right, Sparky.
All right, see ya, man. Tomorrow night, one quick note. Tomorrow night, 8:00. My buddy Dane and your buddy Dane, you know Dane.
Well,
Dane
I've met him once.
Yeah, Dane from Australia is joining me at 8:00 my time. Don't know what time it is his time. 14 hours ahead. We are going to be talking about some albums you may know about. Imperium. Fuck, which album is it? Imperium.
Songs of Moors, The Winter Sunset.
Shit, what's the name of those?
There's the two folky ones, Violend and
I thought it
Where at Night the Wheatgrass Sings. There's that.
Here, I got it right here. Hold on. It's Soul Dusk is one of the bands.
Oh, Soul Dusk is great. Yeah, we played with them in Australia.
Yeah, okay, so it's shit, I don't know what I did with it. Soul Dusk, Imperium, and here it is. Lunar Falls by Soul Dusk. Turn of the Tides by Imperium.
I don't know about that. No,
and Awaiting the Dawn by Tyr, T-I-R.
Okay.
I don't know any of these bands.
Well, Soul Dusk was our main support in Australia for those shows that we played, and they were great.
Maybe that's where he learned of them. Maybe.
Could be. Imperium, of course, me and Marcus, we go way back, and I've stayed at his house, and he's mixed my albums and stuff, so that's cool. I don't know anything about Tyr.
Yeah, I don't know anything about any of these. There'll be fresh listens for me tomorrow when I dig into them. So, and by the way, I turned into a boomer yesterday or the day before. Maybe it was yesterday. I'm going to see the fucking Doobie Brothers and Carlos Santana on Friday night. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
All right.
And I'm going to see the Church on Saturday night down in Phoenix. So.
You're showing your age there, Mark.
Jimmy called me a boomer. He called me a fucking boomer today. He's like, "Yo, boomer, my wife's parents just went to see the Doobies. You almost boomer."
Yeah.
All right, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. We had a good turnout, man. 20. I think at one point in time there was like 25 people. So there's a lot of Rush nerds out there. Leave comments, whatever. William, fuck yourself. Goodbye. Hang on one sec, John.